Check, check, check. If everybody wouldn't mind grabbing their seats, please. We'll get started. Well, I have to say right off the bat, I think this is pretty incredible. This is a room full of volunteers, for the most part. Or voluntolds, whichever way you want to look at it. But we have a large project in front of us for the summer. And I just want to start out by saying thank you to everybody for participating. I haven't sent out an invite this big in a long time, and then to have more than like 80% of people agree to show up and start helping is pretty powerful. So I'll just lead with that. I think I know most everybody in the room for the most part, but for those of you who I haven't had a chance to work with just yet, my name is Jason Nicholas. I am the Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Assistant Provost as well, and we have been helping out with strategic planning now for, about the last 6 or 7 months. So just quickly what our agenda kind of looks like for today, it's a little bit loose on purpose because we want to kind of let this free flow a little bit. We're going to learn a little bit about strategic planning as a concept, integrated strategic planning, and then we're going to get some work started on the action plans around the interim plans that you have at your tables. Feel free to pass those out. Those are your copies. Take a good look at it, especially if you're working in one of the focus areas. That's going to be your area for the next couple of months to work in. So we'll start out. We have Nick Santilli from the Society for College and University Planning, who will be facilitating the majority of the day. And I'll hand it off to Nick here after I give a little update on where we're at with the overall strategic plan, and he will walk us through the sort of first hour high-level kinds of things. And then after that, at the 10 o'clock hour, those of us who are in the steering committees will start working a little bit more closely on some of the details. Those of you who aren't in a steering committee, if you'd like to be in one, there's probably still an opportunity. Or you're welcome to stay as long into the day as you'd like as well. Don't feel like you're getting kicked out at 10 o'clock by any means. We'll take a little break along the way in the morning. Lunch will be at noon. We'll kind of see how the day is going, whether we take a half an hour or a full hour. I'm kind of leaning towards a half an hour. Most people seem to like to eat and get out of here as quickly as they can. But if it feels like we're taxing everybody or people need a little bit of time, maybe we'll stretch that a little bit. And then the afternoon, we'll start looking at some more examples and get into working in your groups. So first and foremost, myself, Dan Cullen, Ellen Koski, we have all been working in this kind of completely since December. So if I lose the forest for the trees at any point, please ask questions. Many of these concepts, much of this content are things that we have just been living in, and many of you have not seen much of this up to this point. So feel free to jump in, raise your hand, speak up, throw things as long as they're not sharp. That should be okay, and get our attention, and then we can clarify anything that we need to along the way. So I'm going to go through about 20 slides in about 5 minutes. I'm going to go through this really quick. I want to get to Nick. Nick's got all the good details, and he will share that for us. But a little background on where we've been sort of with the interim strategic plan development. So President Schuling contacted my office in November, asked if we could help stand up an interim plan that would cover about 18 to 24 months. We were looking for an opportunity to standardize some definitions, add in some measurable outcomes, make things just a little bit more clear when it came to accountability, and then try and get this done in a pretty accelerated time frame so that it could be leveraged for things like the president's search, for the provost search that will be upcoming, and any other key leadership positions where this would be beneficial. So we gladly accepted the challenge and have been working on the development of the plan that's in front of you. We also see this as a really important opportunity to kind of change the mindset around planning, moving away from the idea of a plan, a strategic plan, to a more integrated planning system that happens on a regular basis. I also think this is a really important piece when it comes to trust, communication, and shared governance. There's a lot of transparency that comes with the strategic plan, especially at the stage we're at when we're looking at action plans, where we connect details to the strategies. We'll get to that in just a little bit. So we started out, we went through a lot of the most recent strategic planning documents from the last few years. We, meaning Dan and Ellen and I in the IE office, kind of curated 5 major themes that came out of that. That was what we worked on in January and February. We identified those themes, called them focus areas. You'll see those reflected in the plan, the final version. And we sought some help and appointed co-chairs to help work on the focus area narrative development. Those co-chairs are listed here. They worked a ton throughout the winter semester, and it was all extra work, and I want to make sure that they get the credit they deserve. There was a lot of weekly effort that went into this, and their help is very, very much appreciated. Many of them are also still the co-chairs in the action plan areas. We had a little bit of turnover. Bethany Berg was helping with Rural Roots. She has some summer priorities, and Jess Thompson has stepped in. No, David Wood has stepped in Rural Roots. Jess is stepping in for Sarah Middlefelt, who was in the sustainability co-chair lead. So we appreciate their help as well. So after we sort of worked through some of the drafts of the narratives, the first versions of the narratives, we took those to campus. Many of you participated in what we called the engagement sessions. We had about 18 one-hour focus groups, really Zoom sessions, with many, many people participating. You can kind of see the breakdown of the folks who attended. About 150 people, really, that week. It was great. The conversations were really great. We focused more on sort of fine-tuning the language that's in front of you, and the final product is what came out of this. But we also captured some thoughts about bigger, broader, long-term kinds of strategic planning priorities for the university beyond just this interim plan. And we're working on sort of a write-up of that, and we'll share that in the near future as well. So we packaged that all up, worked with our talented friends in marketing and communication. They put together this wonderful package that you have in front of you, presented it last week to the board, and got approval on Friday. So there we are. But we're not slowing down. We got to roll into phase 2 right off the bat, and that's what we're here for today. Real quick, we'll just go through the strategic plan. I'm not going to read through this. This is where I'm going to make up some time in my 20 slides in 5 minutes. But you can kind of get a sense of the organization. We kept it fairly simple, put in some key introductions. Bedrock elements, mission, vision, core values. We didn't change anything here. This was not the time to do that. Future planning, we may reconsider that, but we'll see how that goes. For now, these certainly serve our needs in the moment. First focus area is new markets, new supports, which is designed to grow and support our student body by identifying new markets, developing new academic offerings, and supporting our students' mental and physical health. You can see we have a pretty standard layout for these focus areas. On the left-hand side are the goals. Down below is sort of a compelling statement about why this is important for us in this moment. And then the strategy table, which includes the identified strategies that were identified by the co-chairs in many interviews and working with many of you along the way. You can see some listed oversight, the goal alignment. So you can see G1 would be G1 on the top goals area there where it says increase NMU's competitive edge in attracting students. So we aligned these directly with the goals. Added some metrics and then some rough timelines. You'll see that format kind of continue throughout in each of the focus areas. Our second focus area is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Create and embrace a university-wide culture of inclusion and belonging for all members of the NMU community. Again, goals, compelling statement, and the strategies. DEIB and the Rural Roots one have a lot of strategies listed, so we'll have some work to do to sort of deconstruct those strategies and turn them into sort of the tasks that achieve those strategies. Rural Roots, I keep rolling over that one. It doesn't flow off the tongue easy. Rural Roots. Leverage our unique rural location and expertise to serve rural communities by providing health services, economic models, workforce talent, and continuing education opportunities. Similar layout, plenty to read. Builders of a culture of sustainability, enhance and grow sustainability efforts in education throughout the planning, operations, education, research, and service aspects of the university. And then a special emergency focus area that's devoted to sort of a retrospective look at COVID and how it has had an impact on the university for the last couple of years. Where has COVID changed us? What are things that we want to keep moving forward? This will give us a chance to sort of look at the impacts of COVID on operations and strategy for the last couple of years and sort of make conscious decisions about whether or not things are improvements or things that we need to continue to refine or something that maybe needs to be sunset. But it'll give us a conscious look at sort of some of those impacts. A little bit more refined strategy there, but this focus area, I think, will sort of be in this plan and unless things get out of control, everybody cross your fingers, we're all here, shouldn't necessarily make it out of the interim plan. But will be good focus work to sort of wrap things up as we hopefully continue into an endemic stage. Nice acknowledgements page. Worked with our friends in the Center for Native American Studies to make sure we got the land acknowledgement correct, and then a listing of a number of groups who have helped with the development of this interim strategic plan. That's the end of the plan. That's it in a nutshell. We try to keep it simple. We try to keep it straightforward, clear, easy to understand, also wrap it in a really nice presentation, and then start sharing it. So at the same time, we updated the university's strategic plan website. One of the things in my mind that this is most important for is in drawing in candidates for these key leadership positions. I think for them to see this content organized in this way hopefully helps to bring in people who maybe would have looked elsewhere. This hopefully draws them in, gives them a sense of where our priorities are, and if their service to the university might be a fit if they end up being a good candidate for us. So this is live. At the top of the first page, there's actually a download button for the plan, so you're welcome to go out there and get that as well. It's also in the Google Drive folders that we set up yesterday. We'll get into some of those tools a little bit later. So here's what everybody is here for. Phase 2 action plans. All 5 of the focus areas now have about 10 to 12 people in a steering committee. We retain that co-chair model. Those co-chairs will be pretty much running point in each of the steering committee areas. The committees are actually fairly well distributed with representation from the number of different groups on campus. I think we did a pretty good job of building a good assembly in the steering committees. The priority for us will be the development of these focus area action plans by midsummer. In my mind, the goal is somewhere around the end of June, July 1st. I would love it if we could all get this done and get on with the rest of our summers. We're very conscious of that out of the IE office. And we will work every bit as hard, if not harder, to try to make sure that the machine is turning fast and that everybody has the support they need to get this project done. Like I mentioned, we set up Google Drives for each of the focus areas. Hopefully, everybody should have gotten that invite yesterday. If you didn't, let me know. And then upon completion of these action plans, we'll use a lot of the content from those action plans to turn that into an indicator scorecard that we can use for sort of high-level updates on the progress in each of these focus areas. And we'll be monitoring the progress through the Leadership Council starting in the fall of 2022. The role of the steering committees. So the big the task at hand is to take the strategies that are in the action plan, the strategies in the focus areas, and deconstruct them into the tactics that allow us to achieve our goals in the strategies. So each of those strategies, you'll read through those and you'll see pretty quickly that a lot of those have many moving pieces underneath them. And in order for us to really get a sense of how to monitor progress in each of those strategies, we need to break those down one level deeper. So that will be the task in front of us. Along the way, we'll identify metrics. We'll start putting challenges and opportunities in each of the focus areas sort of in a narrative, probably more like a bulleted list. Think of it as kind of like a SWOT analysis light as we're going through and doing the tactic discovery and all of that. Certainly there'll be things that we discover along the way that we want to make sure to capture and put into the action plan so that we can refer back to them. Focus a little bit on any cost and resource implications and the idea of if we were to add additional costs or resources, where might we be able to enhance the outcome in this strategy or focus area. So the key is your committee role is to facilitate and monitor progress, not to implement the projects. Unless you're somebody who's implementing the projects, you still have to do that. And many of you are those people. But your role in the committee is to monitor and facilitate progress. So the next couple of weeks will be filled with some interviews, conversations with colleagues who are working in these areas, and doing some discovery to figure out exactly how we hopefully will achieve the strategies. Our timeline, roughly. This is an estimated timeline. This is an example timeline. The steering committee chairs are really free to sort of run your groups as you see fit. In my mind, as we're organizing sort of progress and shooting for that end of July or end of June target, if we kind of stick with a cadence something similar to this, then I think we can get there. Some things that we're working on, hopefully running an evaluation workshop at the beginning of June. There's a number of different groups that might benefit from the idea of an evaluation workshop. We would have different groups invited there. Hopefully we can get that stood up. That's still very much in early stage development. And then longer term strategic planning. Remember, this is just one piece of building out a longer, stronger next generation strategic planning system. So this interim plan, like I said, is designed to be about 18 to 24 months. I'll talk in the next couple of slides about the opportunity here with our HLC, Higher Learning Commission accreditation responsibilities. And we'll start working on planning for our planning system while the interim plan is operating. And then hopefully at the expiration of the interim plan, we'll be ready for next generation regular annual strategic planning. Out of my office, institutional effectiveness, there are a number of different things that you all are welcome to rely on us to help with. We can run point on things, or we can be asked to do things, whichever way works best for you all. Schedule meetings, coordinate documents, facilitate discussions, track down literature, set up interviews, whatever needs to happen to help you work quickly and efficiently. If you find that you're doing something repetitive, let us know. Please lean on us. We don't want to be taking up all of your summer. We want your time to be used efficiently as much as possible. IE team members are in all of the focus areas, the steering committees as well, so you're welcome to just point those out. Ellen Koski is in the sustainability. Ellen, you want to raise your hand? Dan is in the COVID focus area. I will be in new markets, new supports. Lou Zhang from my office, who's not here today, I believe is on DEIB. Yep. And then I think I'm also sitting in on rural, but we'll make sure. We'll have somebody there, so you can just send your comments and your request for help right to them in your steering committees. All right. Any questions? Did I get through it in time? A little bit long, not too bad. Okay. Let us know how we can help, really. We want to be able to help make this as easy as we possibly can. So with that, we'll move into today's content. I am going to introduce our guest, Nick Santilli. Dr. Nick Santilli is from the Society for College and University Planning. He presently serves as the Senior Director for Learning Strategy for the Society for College and University Planning. And in this role, he drives the development of learning content for individual practitioners and institutions looking to build the professional competencies of their faculty and staff. He's also the lead for the SCUP Planning Institute, the premier professional development program to create institutional capacity for integrated planning in higher ed. Nick is a longtime member of SCUP. He co-chaired 2 SCUP annual conferences, served on the SCUP Board of Directors for 3 years, 2 years as chair, and is experienced Planning Institute facilitator. Oversees the development of the Planning Institute curriculum, works with the PI Facilitator Core, and now oversees the development and implementation of the SCUP Professional Learning Portfolio. Nick joined SCUP after a 34-year career as a faculty member and administrator in higher education. That includes positions in assessment of student learning and development, institutional effectiveness, accreditation, integrated planning, Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs, and Provost. In 2003 and 2004, he served as a Fellow of the American Council on Education. This is the premier professional development fellowship for higher ed leadership. He spent his fellowship year at the University of Toledo. Nick is a member of the Peer Review Corps for the HLC, the largest accrediting body for higher education institutes in the United States. Nick is a native of Cleveland, Ohio. He's an avid supporter of all things Cleveland, including the local arts scene, nonprofit associations, and sports teams. Everybody, please give a warm welcome to Nick Santilli.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let me just take a moment and switching computers here. Let me plug this in. We can go ahead and get started. Appreciate the introduction. Thank you. So this is my first trip to the UP. So it's been a really beautiful day. You know, the sun's out, which we don't see much in Cleveland. Our side of the lake tends to be overcast at least 2/3 of the year, so it's a real pleasure to see the sun here. So if I just get ready and go here, and I'm staying right on the lake shore, which is really nice. So really, really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Let me see. Here we go. So really, the purpose for this meeting, our session here, is to, as Jason mentioned, provide an overview of what integrated planning is. Integrated planning is more than just having a strategic plan. Integrated planning is more of a discipline, a planning approach to planning that will help campuses, as you'll see, be able to integrate the work across the campus, align it in meaningful ways, and also engage people and stakeholders so that you can be ready for your future. And I have a formal definition of planning, integrated planning here embedded. One of the things also I want to mention now is that, as I mentioned to Jason, once we're done today, I will be sending copies of the slides to him. So don't worry about trying to take pictures of slides or try to jot down notes. You'll get all these slides. And Jason will probably throw them in your Google Drive that's just been set up so that you'll have them there. And so you'll have these pieces of information. One of the things I try to do as we go through is also just pose some questions to you to give you an opportunity to talk at your tables. And we'll do a little bit of that in this first session and a lot of it as we go throughout the day to give you an opportunity to begin to get your heads around the task ahead of you and the work that you see embedded in this very nice plan and the kinds of things that you hope to accomplish. As you see, I titled this particular session, "Every Interruption is an Invitation," and that comes from a conversation I had with a former colleague of mine, who talked about how this individual that he knew of at Creighton University in Omaha, really thought about how we kind of live our lives, and this it's full of interruption. And certainly, I know we've used the language of disruption for this last several years, but you know what? Interruptions happen. They happen all of the time. And when you begin to think about the interruptions, they become an invitation to engage with whatever that interruption should be. Someone showing up at your office door, a phone call, an email, all of those kinds of things that interrupt our daily life. And instead of really thinking about these as opportunities to halt the work we're doing, how do you fold it into the activity? And how do you use it as an opportunity to really begin to think about the world differently and yourself in that world? And so when you begin to think about where you're at and where institutions are today, with this interruption of the pandemic and the kinds of things that it began to really accelerate, many of the things that we are also faced with as the fallout from the pandemic existed prior to the pandemic. They just became more acute and more pressing on the work that we do. So, it's really brought to the fore, a good number of things. And I know in talking with Jason just before we got started, the last presentation I gave before everybody disappeared, and quarantined and sheltered was on the enrollment cliff. So that was something that was hanging out there. That is a big interruption in the work that we do, and how we were going to manage that, anticipate that, especially for institutions that rely heavily on first-time, full-time college students or direct from high school. So I've not been asked to talk about that anytime in the last 2-3 years, mostly in terms of thinking about how do you recover from a pandemic and plan through it. We're now to that place where planning for the pandemic is behind us, and we're planning through and beyond the pandemic. And this is where we are as we think about our institutions. As Jason mentioned, I had a long career on campus. I'm a developmental psychologist by training. I taught courses in adolescent and emerging adult development, did research in that area, in particular social and personality development. So, PhD in psychology. As I was talking with a friend of mine last week, and we were talking about, the kind of the crooked paths our careers have taken, and, told this friend that, sitting in my cubicle in graduate school, I would have never have thought this would be what I would be doing now. And so, that's part of this unpredictability or the interruptions that you have in your life that really is an invitation to look at your life path differently. So I think about this also for institutions as well. It's an opportunity to reflect on the path that you will take forward from this moment on. And I think you have this nice framework in this plan that you have in front of you. It's really impressive. There's a lot there. And it will take some time, and that's one of the reasons why, as you'll hear throughout the day, that it's good to think about phases of planning, so that, remember, you're not going to do everything on day one. So remind yourself of that. And we're not going to stop doing everything we do well. That's another thing that people often think that, well, we've got this new strategic plan means we're starting over. No, not necessarily. A good bit of it is how do you fold in all the good work you're already doing into this plan and continue to move the institution forward. But it's also an opportunity to think about a few things new. And the harder part of all of this, what do we discontinue? And that, too, is part of the planning process, both strategic and operationally. And it's important to think about these kinds of things as you go forward. Because if you just rely on doing new and continuing to do everything else, you're adding more to what you're already doing, it's rather overwhelming. You need to think about where then the resources will come from to do new things if we're not letting go of anything. And quite frankly, you can't rely on raising the money for new initiatives or sustaining existing initiatives. One of the ways to begin to think about how you begin to reallocate your resources is how you reallocate your resources. And some of that is by integrating things into other programs and really beginning to decide how then do we move from programs that have outlived their success in a sense. Because the ground shifts, the environment shifts, and you need to shift with it. And that's really one of the important things regarding the planning process. And as Jason mentioned, the goal isn't to have a plan. You've got that. You can declare victory and all go home now. No, that's really not it, because it's really the act of planning and being in the engagement of planning on a continuous basis. And Jason mentioned that I have some experience with HLC. I was the accreditation liaison officer at 2 institutions over a 15-year period. So I've done this work. I'm also a peer reviewer, and I've done some workshops for the HLC. If you look, and I know that you recently had some work for the HLC, one of the things that's important, if you look at Criterion 5, nowhere does it say strategic plan in the standards. And the actual criterion and substandard. It says integrated planning, which means that all of your planning on your campus needs to be integrated in a way that helps you advance the institution. You design goals, to be able to pursue, which you've done. You allocate resources. You track the progress of the work in the plan, and you keep it moving in the Jim Collins language of you create your flywheel. And once you give it a shove, you just keep going on going. Planning is organic. It takes on a life of its own. So it's not just simply working to create a plan. It's planning consistently throughout. And I'll tell you, you're already doing this now. Many of you are engaged in activities that are already, that would be characterized as planning. A good bit of it now is to recognize it and how do you align it and integrate with all the rest of the work across campus. So, really thinking about where we are, one of the things I like to do is contextualize the work and where we're at in higher education at this moment. Some of you may be familiar with this term. It originated in the military. They've been using it in for-profit work, in industry for a long time. But it's this notion of VUCA and the environment of being, volatile, uncertain, in terms of thinking about what we can anticipate and what is hard to anticipate because we live in an ambiguous and complex environment. So, this is, if you think about this, how many of you sat in conversations like this prior to the pandemic? We don't have to worry about changes in our, the digital transformation is years away. I worked in an institution that believed that that was the case. No online degree programs at all. Dabbled in offering a few courses here and there, mostly during the summer, to be able to continuously enroll our own students in summer courses after they went home for the summer. Well, that all changed. We were doing what some would really say crisis teaching, not really fully engaged online teaching, but something to manage for the urgency of these, the pandemic. Now some institutions are beginning to think, well, maybe we should keep doing this. And so some institutions that were dabblers in online are beginning to choose strategically which programs they may move into in an online environment. Not classes, but degree programs. And also other types of formats of providing educational content. Could be professional development because you have teachers or others who are interested in keeping up a credential or a license. The same thing regarding workforce credentials. Some can be done in the virtual environment. So these are decisions now that are strategic decisions that institutions are making and embedding it into the work of their plans. But the reality here is that the environment shifts, and that's really the key. Strategic plans in particular are plans that tune the institution to changes in the external environment. It's not simply looking inward all of the time. It's aligning your internal environment with the environmental changes in the external world. And so those are the things that create this volatile environment that we live in. So here are the descriptions of the language around the term VUCA. So we live in this volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous environment. And here are descriptions of each of those four terms in terms of how they play out. So when we talk about volatility, we're talking about the nature, speed, and volume and magnitude of change. And it becomes extremely difficult when you have multiple forces impacting the institution or institutions around us. Some we have control over, others we don't. We can't regulate the birth rate. So we've got an enrollment cliff that there's really nothing we can do about. We can't regulate when a pandemic hits us. We can't regulate the economic forces that led to inflation. So there are things that are happening out in the external environment that are important for us to keep track of as an organization, as an institution, to be able to respond to. And so that's what is really meant by this volatile or VUCA environment. It's uncertain, and let's face it, as much as people say they like change and they like things to mix things up, no. I'm a psychologist. The evidence shows people like predictability. They want to be able to predict things, and there's stability in that. There's comfort in that. So uncertainty makes people crazy. It just does. And some people may have a higher tolerance for uncertainty than others, but the reality is it makes you anxious. And when you begin to think about working in an institution like we do, or in a sector like we do, that the uncertainty, this lack of predictability about what the fall head count's going to be and what our net tuition revenue will be, and will we have enough people in the res halls for auxiliaries and all of the other kinds of things that become important to us, it's the stuff that keeps you up at night. And so those are the kinds of things that when we begin to think about the volatile world of higher education, these are the things that make it volatile, and it becomes either more or less acute depending upon environmental circumstances. I mean, when the economy's good and people have money and they decide that, yeah, I will take that opportunity to go back and get that credential or some workforce prep or go off to school for a degree, the things are less pressure filled and it's less volatile for us. But then when the volatility comes, and it really comes at us from many different directions. both within higher ed and outside of higher ed. Those are the kinds of things that really make our lives difficult in the work that we do. So the work that I've been doing now, and being here, this is part of the road show that I've been on lately, either virtually or physically. My colleague Josh Humble, who is my program manager, and he and I do the work in all the areas that Jason mentioned. Mentioned to me the other day. We have engagements with 14 institutions right now, like you, seeking advice, coaching, support in the area of integrated planning across a lot of different engagement degrees. Some I've done presentations just like this. They want to learn a little bit more about integrated planning. Others, actually want a little bit more, where I do some customized workshops, a little bit of what we'll do later today for some of you. I'll take some of the materials from our Planning Institute and help and provide those to you. Have them, provide them to you, and allow you then some time to talk about that work in conjunction with your plan and your work in your particular goal area. So, it's all of that. I've been working with school up in Canada now for almost a year. They developed a set of vision goals that were a 10-year look out that they wanted to use as a culture change on their campus, and then harmonize it with the rest of the planning that's going on campus. So it could be very simple, talk a little bit about what integrated planning is, to long-term engagements and everything in between. But one of the things that I've found, over the course of the work that I've been doing since the pandemic hit and we were sheltering and now getting back out on the road, these are the things that I'm hearing from campuses as I talk to campus leaders. And I've worked, over the past several years with public and private institutions and 2- and 4-year institutions. So a good, swath of the sector. And these are the kinds of things I'm hearing from presidents and provosts and faculty and administrators, in terms of the work that they're doing, and staff, is that some of the things that are really challenging is the time constraints and our financial constraints. Those typically are right at the top. That you never seem to have the resources needed or necessary to continue to generate the momentum to push the institution forward. And the time in the day, and I put time constraints at the top intentionally, because the resource that people say they wish they had more of is time, because this work takes time. And that's one of the things that's important to think about. And I know that like Jason, I also managed integrated planning projects on campuses that I worked on, co-chaired the full planning committee, all of that. And the one resource that we never seemed to have enough of was time. And so it's important to recognize that. It's also complex because you're looking at planning for the scope of the institution. There are different planning, actions that each institution takes. You have a strategic plan and you have an operational plan. But some institutions will also have a crisis management plan and a risk assessment plan and your campus master plan. All of these plans are going on. And the important thing is that somehow they're aligned and integrated in meaningful ways because they rely on one another. And that's one of the things that people on campuses have told me, that really, it's a lot more complex. You just don't plan in a silo or in a college or school. Whatever you do in that silo or in that college or school affects a lot of other things across campus. So it's really important to recognize those connections. One of the other things is really, especially these last few years, it seems like a lot of planning was crisis planning, putting out the fire of the day. And so there really hasn't been a lot of, again, time to be able to think about long-term planning. But the important thing is that you have to try to balance both long-term planning, your vision of the next 3 to 5 years, with what's happening right now. And that's trying to find the time, being able to scope that out is really, really important. And you see these other things are part of that VUCA environment, the uncertainty of change that we all feel, this balance between action and implementation, where you're at that point now where you're beginning to move from strategy setting to implementation, action steps, whatever language you use, and the significance, the importance of collaboration and cooperation. Planning only happens because people do it. You have to recognize that planning only happens because people do it. And it is a collaborative, cooperative process. And culture matters. It was Drucker, and I've heard the Drucker quote on this. Some of you may have heard it a couple of times. I've heard it differently, that culture will eat strategy either for breakfast or lunch, depending upon which quote you hear. But the reality is that you can have the best plan in the world, but if it doesn't reflect your culture, respect your culture, culture will crush it. And so you really need to recognize that strategic plans are products of culture. And that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to copy another institution's plan, because it grew up in their culture. And unless you're identical twins, your plan will fail, because there are elements of it that simply don't align properly to the institution you are. It doesn't mean you shouldn't look at what some institutions are doing and what good practices might be, and then revise them and make them your own. But simply, it's really important to recognize that it's not that simple just to, well, let's do what they're doing. It simply is not that easy to be able to do that kind of change. Often, the kinds of things where people talk about good or best practices are the kinds of things that are more around process than actually the what. It's the how rather than the what. But what's most important is, why are you doing what you're doing? What is your core purpose as an institution, your identity, your mission, vision, and values? And that's why it has a prominent place in this document right at the beginning, which is critical. So my observations, these are things that I've seen, looking at, the work that I've been doing over the ways that, the time that I've been working with institutions. A lot of schools are trying to integrate the things that they learned during the shutdown, when individuals were sheltering, and what did we learn from that, and how can we use that to move forward? What are we keeping? What do we need to set aside? And a good bit of it could be relationships with students. Some of it could be the way work gets done. A lot of institutions are changing their models regarding work and what remote work really means. And is telecommuting now something that the institution will do or not? And also, online and other kinds of things. Well, if we are only going to have certain proportions of people on campus, what are we going to do with that space? So there's some institutions really thinking about, well, how do we manage office space? Does everybody really have their own office and it's theirs exclusively? These are some of the things I'm hearing from our architect members, that a lot of institutions are using their space more or less, especially office space, really as hoteling space, where individuals, when they're on campus, use that space, but they share it with other people when they are telecommuting and those folks are on campus. So these are kinds of things that institutions are working through. Really, in terms of thinking about strategic planning and integrated planning, this second point is critical and really is one of the things that I've heard, but then also it's been substantiated by some research that a consulting group did on strategic plans in higher education, reviewed over 100 of them. Their top line conclusion was strategic plans in higher education, a lot of tactics, no strategy. They're going to do a lot of stuff, but you never know why. That it really doesn't link back to the vision or mission or being very student-centered. So, what is the strategic position of the institution? And I think one of the strengths you have in this planning document is that at the beginning of each area, goal area, pillar, however you want to call it, is that you have a contextual description of why this is important. That gets you to what would be the strategic position. This is Northern Michigan University. This is who we are, and this is why this is important to us. That's a strategy statement. And the material in the table and the goals align then to that strategy statement. That is better than most things that I've seen in terms of strategic plans, where institutions put up plans and all they say is that we're going to do more of this, less of that, and we're going to try this. Those aren't strategic things. Those are things to do, but they're not very strategic. And so in terms of thinking about really strategy, is what decisions are you making about the future of the institution? Because strategic planning is a decision document. You're making decisions about the future of the institutions. So it's really critical to be able to think about this balance between strategy and tactics, and clearly, have an articulated strategy about why you're going forward as an institution. Reactivating stalled plans, integration, and alignment, especially of institutional governance processes. A lot of institutions are talking about how governance has changed on their campus and how do we engage the existing governance framework and also the framework for the governance of your plan. These things are important to think about. One of the things that some institutions have really come to the awareness of is that they develop a plan and it's forward-looking. It's everything it really should be. But they didn't change their governance processes on campus because the governance processes are really aligned to what's in their rearview mirror and not in front of them. So you need to begin to think about how we should change or modify our governance processes in terms of thinking about what will support this particular plan and the institution going forward. And remember that a strategic plan is just one type of plan. Many institutions are also developing DEI plans that stand alone, separate from the strategic plan, or have goals like you do in your strategic plan around DEIB. And it's important to recognize that the language has shifted in including the notion of belonging, because some of the research, in particular most recently, with respect to student mental health, that they find one of the things that students are saying is that with the students with mental health struggles are saying they have no feeling of belonging to the institution. So it's not just some trendy thing to add belonging. There's evidence actually to suggest that that's one of the top line things that students are saying about how they are feeling about their connectedness to their campus. They don't feel like they belong, and that's really important to think about, and how then do you plan for that as part of the activities that you do on your campus. So when you think about the academic strategy and the kinds of things that you move forward, George Keller wrote a book called Academic Strategy back in 1983. Just take a moment, look at this list. We're still dealing with this stuff today. It's the same stuff in terms of thinking about the kinds of things that are impacting higher education. Changing students, changes of curriculum, increase of competition, both inside and outside higher ed, technology. The faculty conundrum isn't that faculty are a problem. It's that there's more specialization within the faculty. And the balance of full-time and adjuncts, lecturers, all individuals on tenure track or not, who are people in positions in non-tenure track positions. It's this complexity of what the faculty has become, and the tightening grip of outside controls. We talk about what keeps you up at night. I was at a conference where I was a panelist with other provosts, and that was the leading question the moderator asked all of us a couple of days before our session. I'd like to kick it off with this question: what keeps you up at night? And I was, of course, kept up at night by thinking about what keeps me up at night. But then thinking about it, really, you began to think about is it falls into three categories: cost, compliance, and relevance. The cost of the educational experience to students and their families, the cost of institutions, the cost to institutions of providing higher education, so the cost to the campus. You think about your heating costs and your salary and benefit packages. If you have athletic programs, all of this stuff that costs. And then thinking about compliance. Well, HLC, thank you very much. Accreditation compliance, but they're not the only accrediting body you respond to. You have program accreditations as well, and those are things to begin to think importantly about. And you do have a great opportunity with your quality improvement project, and using the strategic plan as a driver for that QIP for the HLC work. And then, of course, relevance. People, there isn't a week that goes by where I don't see some research saying higher education is irrelevant, for whatever reason. And so, it's becoming, real question about the relevance of higher education, the education we provide, what it should and shouldn't be, those kinds of things. So, one of the things that and again, Keller suggested, and really it's the back end of this that is really critical. Since, basically, post-war, and he's referring really to World War II and Korea, academic life has been the progressive breakdown of governance and leadership. And so, again, back in 1983, Keller was pointing this out as one of the significant challenges faced by higher education. And I think that we see that this is still one of the significant challenges faced by higher ed. And in terms of thinking about this, and this really, really focuses in particular on academic strategic planning. And actually, Keller doesn't make a distinction between academic planning and institutional planning, because we are educational institutions. Academic planning is what we do no matter what we're talking about. And so basically, these are the characteristics of what he said are the important things when you're developing this academic strategic decision that you're making as you begin to plan for the future of the environment. And it's really a summary of the things that I've already mentioned so far, and things that you're aware of, and things things you talk about, both in the planning of the document that you have here and the planning that you'll go forward with. But I do want to point to one bullet, and that's the last one. Strategic planning focuses on the fate of the institution above everything else. So in your work, in your goal groups, and in a steering committee, if you should happen to be on a steering committee of some sort, that while you might be a representative of a certain governance body or another sector of the institution, one of the things that is important to consider that the institutional goals are what you're working toward, not how it affects my office, but the institution. In the last job I had, and I was provost, and the CFO that I was working with always talked about wearing your John Carroll hat. I worked at John Carroll University in Cleveland for 27 years. And he said, the strategic planning process and integrated planning is for the good of the institution. So when we were at our planning meetings, he said, remember to wear your John Carroll hat. And when we rolled out our new strategic plan in a town hall meeting to campus, we mentioned that, this is focused on moving the institution forward and aligning the institution with changes in the environment. And at the end of the presentation, as people were walking out, we gave them John Carroll baseball caps as a way of reminding them that the implementation and the success of the strategic plan as we operationalize it is first and foremost to keep John Carroll in mind as we move ahead. So I encourage you to think about the work that you're doing to help the institution survive going forward. So I'm going to skip through a couple of these things that you could look at. It's a little more information about working a VUCA environment. But here you're at, at the threshold of your strategic planning experience here. The second panel is the one I really like. You basically hallucinate about the future, then something different happens. I can't tell you how many times I hear that, basically what people say, you just make stuff up about what the future will look like, and maybe some of it will come true and maybe some of it won't. But the key is, of course, the end, a panel here, is you also have to pretend it's useful. So, and this is that gap between the having of a plan and doing planning and having planning be successful. Because ultimately, it's the success. What does success look like is the most important question that you have to answer for the institution and the plan. So you could talk about metrics and dashboards and all of those kinds of things. But ultimately, what you really are thinking about is, as you're moving through this process, is what does success look like? And then you begin to move backward from what success looks like into action steps and metrics to measure those actions. Because then you're able to answer the question, how do you know you've been successful? What does success look like for Northern Michigan as you move through this plan and get ready to move to your next one? So, it's important to think about that. And instead of thinking about, well, how, what metric are we to use for that? Ask yourselves the questions, even in your work groups. Well, what would success look like for this goal? If we took this action, what does success look like? And if you can articulate what success will look like, then you can begin to identify metrics and evidence that will demonstrate how you can support your argument for this is what success looks like. So, in terms of the planning model that we use, it's, as you see here, this is just a traditional approach to planning in many ways, that starts with environmental scanning, which you've done, develop your plan, implement it and evaluate it, all within the context of your institutional culture. And that's really the key here. You're optimizing the institutional culture as you move forward. This is another way to think about how strategic planning happens. Some suggest that this is really what happens. It's this thing that looks like a mess, but it is orderly, but it includes the kinds of things that are important. Looking and creating a gap analysis, identifying the things that are strategic issues from your institution that allow you to make decisions. You implement, you measure success, and then reflect, evaluate, and yet act again. So all of these kinds of things is being part of a strategic planning model. This was actually drawn live during one of our workshops by one of the facilitators who was an architect. Took a big piece of paper, stuck it to the wall, and just drew it. I was fortunate enough to be at that session to watch him do this while we were discussing planning and doing one of our workshops. Now, here's where we get to the important piece here about what integrated planning is. And this is the definition that we at SCUP have used now for a number of years. And I highlighted a few terms that are critical in understanding, integrated planning. And, so this is really the key here. The first piece is, you see, sustainable. It's built on relationships that aligns the institution, aligns the organization, and helps keep you prepared for change. It is an investment by all the stakeholders, both internally and externally. So all of you in this room, the students and others that are, take advantage of the opportunity you have on campus here, and really thinking about what then connects you to the external environment, your community, thinking about your community partners, where your students go off and do internships, where they go off and get jobs, and when they stay in the community. Your town-gown relationship, the place you are in this area as an institution, what do you provide? As I was driving over, I drove past the sports complex. So, I bet members of the community come to watch sports events. I bet they come for other reasons too, cultural events on campus or lectures or concerts, whatever you provide. So, really thinking about the institution, its broader purpose and how it connects you to the community around you, and also the impact you make in the community. I suspect if you're not the biggest employer, you're pretty close to it. That's an incredible economic impact on the region here, and it's significant to understand that impact and how then decisions you make on campus impact the people off campus. And so these kinds of things are really critical to think about when you think about integrated planning. I've worked with some institutions that actually have listening sessions with important community stakeholder groups as part of their planning process for the institution. Talk to the mayor and city council, talk to the regional employers, talk to people in the K-12 schools. You have an education program, students need to go and student teach somewhere. Have to have classroom experiences somewhere. You also educate a lot of those teachers as well. So those kinds of things become really, really important as you begin to think about what does it really mean to be an anchor institution that significantly contributes to the quality of life in the region itself. And this is where integrated planning and taking that approach gets you in terms of thinking about all the kinds of stakeholders that you have, understanding them well to be able then to move the institution and the community forward, as you begin to think about how you can contribute to student success and institutional thriving within the environment that you have. So it's really critical to think about those kinds of things. So, there's a lot of information also in here. I just want to, really, end with this. I tend to build, presentations that have a lot of slides without the intention of using them all, but leaving them behind so that you can take a look at them and they can be helpful references. But one of the things, and this really goes back to something Jason mentioned earlier on, moving from simply producing plans to establishing a culture of planning. And really, this quote by Eisenhower is one that's always been interesting for me. As you can see here, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. Because in terms of thinking about plans, they're only as good as their contact with the environment. Once you have contact with the environment with respect to a plan, and you begin to see how the environment shifts, and if you're not flexible and adaptable and you want to rigidly stick to that plan, that's a moment of failure. You need to really recognize that plans need to be adaptable, flexible, and be able to change when the environment changes. Because it's basically a strategic plan, and integrated planning defines the relationship between the institution and the changing external environment. And so that's what you need to think about as you continue to work through the kinds of things that you will be doing, with the work that you have ahead of you. So I know it's a little bit after 10, so good time for a break and shift. Go ahead.
Just real quick, I wanted to point out too that we are recording the session today, so we'll end up kind of editing it down, so we're not going to have 6 hours of video posted in the next couple of weeks, but we'll put some markers in there as well so we can put in notes about specific points throughout the presentation. Also, that we're streaming, so there's a number of folks who are contributing to the project overall but aren't able to be in the room with us as well. And that includes President Schuling. So I wanted to make sure that you all know that Carrie wishes she could be here, but that she was also going to tune in from the stream as well. So with that, I think we could take a 5-10 minute break. Anybody who is looking to move on to something else for the day, you're welcome to do that at this point, and then we'll come back and start taking a little closer look at some of these. Thanks.
Hi. Nick Santilli. All right. There's great to have another one in the crowd. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with this beginning of the second part of our day. So what I've planned for our time together now, and I know many of you, majority of you are here with your working groups, so we'll be able to move back and forth between some time where I'll set some things up for you to do collectively together, so that you can get started on looking at some of the work that lies ahead, and you could ask each other questions. You could ask questions of myself and Jason as we continue to move through getting you ready to really launch your plan. And so it's really exciting to hear that the board approved it. It's really, I think, something that can keep the momentum moving for Northern Michigan U. So I think it's really great to see this project begin to come to a fruition, so that you could move ahead. So really going forward, we'll have a little bit of time again to go into deeper detail on, well, what does integration really look like? What are some of the aspects that impact integration on campus? What does alignment really look like? When you talk about aligning various aspects of the institution, what does that look like? And then thinking about the kinds of things that really get you into the practice of basically doing the operational side of planning. So the work that you've done has been the strategic thinking and the strategic plan. Now, at some point, you need to move it to action or operationalizing it. So what does it look like, every year for you going forward on how you implement the various action steps and how you can help identify ways of resourcing those, lines of responsibility, the roles you play? I think Jason hit it right on the head when he was describing the roles these teams play. You're not doing that work. You may be doing it because it's part of your office and what your office does, but you're not responsible for that whole section that you are the oversight group for. What you're really responsible for is to stay in touch with the groups that are at the ground level doing the work, the reporting that they do, and then you being, having an opportunity to sit at a place where you can aggregate that information and then share it with one another across your teams and your steering committee going forward. So that's really where you're at, making this transition from your strategic work to your operational work. So, here we are. This particular cartoon is one that I found it interesting, and I added this phrase here. It's a liminal moment for higher education. It's more than a new normal. Some people still hold out hope that things will go back to the way they were. That ship has sailed, and it's not happening. And so really, for it to be a liminal moment, really what I'm referring to here is that this is an evolutionary moment for higher education. For all the talk that's been out there, saying that, well, things need to transform, they need to transform, and I think, that term might be losing its power out there because everybody's looking for a transformative experience without really saying what it is, what's so transformational. Is that really what needs to happen at this point is more evolutionary. How will higher education adapt to a changed environment? Again, that's where I think a lot of higher education institutions struggle with implementing their plans, is they don't take into account the external environment well enough. The plan isn't something that just resides within the walls of the institution and spins around. The reality is that it aligns you to the external world. And if you're not paying attention, close attention to the external realities, the things that are happening out there, then no matter what you do internally, if it's not calibrated to the external world, you'll always seem like you're just stuck. And that's one of the things that I think higher education institutions need to do better, is taking account of the external environment, both things that are happening across the sector of higher education, as well as things outside of higher education that impact our ability to be able to function. And so it's more than a new normal, it's a liminal moment. How will institutions adapt to be able to do this? One of the things that I think will be a tipping point, kind of keeping an eye on things as the environment continues to unfold, is that I think HERF funds hid a lot of the financial distress for a lot of institutions. I think the money from the federal government during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, allowed institutions who were already financially fragile going into, prior to the pandemic. I think it hid some of that fragility, and we're going to see more institutions talk merger and acquisition or close. Now, just think of what happened in the last, really month. We've seen a couple of institutions announce their closing, and those were institutions who were fragile before the pandemic. They were able to float through the pandemic with the money that was available from the federal government. That money's gone now. And if you didn't do anything to prepare for that, you're really going to be in a difficult spot. And at least one institution out in California was thinking about merging with St. Leo's in Florida. That fell through because SACS, the Southern accrediting body, wouldn't approve it, on the accreditation side. And what they cited, because I tracked down some of the discourse about it, was that they didn't have the finances to make it happen. So, it was a financial reason. It wasn't that they were being mean and saying, well, Florida's too far from California. But the reality is that they didn't have the funds to be able to be a viable institution that focused on student success and institutional thriving. And so consequently, the California institution closed, it announced closure. And so those are things that I think we're going to see more of, especially now, as we know that institutions have a sense of what their fall new student enrollment looks like, with the sort of unofficial date of May 1st, in terms of thinking about students who've deposited and at least have an intent to come. But we do know, and those who work in enrollment services here know, that students in this trend started, probably 8 to 10 years ago, where students are multiple depositing at institutions, and they're still shopping through orientation. I talked to parents when I was on campus during summer orientation, and they would tell me, well, we still haven't made, my son or daughter still hasn't decided where they're going. We've deposited at 2 other schools, and depending upon how they're treated at orientation is the final piece to determine whether or not they're coming to your institution. The whole ground is shifted around enrollment, in terms of how families respond. The important thing is that how then do you create a strategic enrollment plan aligned with your integrated strategic plan to be able to account for this kind of volatility? And as as one of the things, and I know Jason and folks in the IE office and IR work know, that you really don't know what your fall enrollment looks like until about the third week of the semester, when the class is really final, when the butts are in the seats. Yeah, because right now it's still volatile. You talk about summer melt, and these were the kinds of things that kept me up at night at a private institution. Thinking about these kinds of things, and generally, in talking with my enrollment officer, he said, it's basically we've got 3/4 of the class, by May 1. We still have a quarter to reach our goal that we have to manage over the summer, and hopefully also the attrition melt doesn't put us even further behind. And so, it's important to recognize these kinds of things as you begin to think about institutional thriving and what the new normal will look like. And so it's really, really important to think about these kinds of things and think about now, how will you adapt? How will you adjust as an institution with these significant shifts in the environment? So one of the things I'd like you to do, and this will give you an opportunity to begin to talk with one another, I just want you to spend some time thinking about these questions here. Imagine it's 10 years from now. How has Northern Michigan University transformed as a consequence of implementing this particular plan? And I realize that this is an interim plan and you have plans for your next plan, but really you're thinking about, I know that's really the case, is that you're always, to Jason's point, we're always planning. That's really is the case. But really, this is a bridge plan, or you might even think about, the plan to energize us and create momentum to prepare us for that next plan. But if you were to think about 10 years from now, what would Northern Michigan University look like? What do you feel that you would have accomplished? If you were a journalist and you came to campus and wanted to write the story of Northern Michigan U in 10 years into the future, what would be some of the main messages that you would include in your story? So what I would, we're just limit it, say 3 things that you hope we will accomplish, after 10 years, or how the institution will be different. If 10 years is too long to think about 5 years. Maybe that could be a little easier. To think about in 5 years, what will the university look like? How has the institution been transformed? How has your goal team contributed to these goals? So go ahead and take some time, maybe take a few minutes to kind of think a little bit, jot a few things down, and then take some time talking about what came to mind, okay? So I'll leave this slide up so that you can see the questions. Maybe let's change the frame of time to 5 years. Might be a little easier to imagine 5 years from now. So I just set my timer so that you know how much time. You have just a little less than 15 minutes now, okay? So go ahead and go at it.
some of the things that came out in your conversation. Nick, I'm going to pull your chair over here just in case you need anything. Thank you.
Okay, so I know this is often something that groups can spend quite a bit of time talking about. So it's one thing to think about as you continue to move into your groups and as you continue to do this work. So really what I would like is just to ask for some volunteers for a couple of tables to kind of summarize what were the high points for your discussion as you had an opportunity to talk about this, reimagined future. Who'd like to go first? Okay, great.
Okay, we're new markets and new supports, and we came up with several ideas and several things that we see ourselves doing here as a university in the next 10 years. One of them, and because we're new markets, new supports, though, one of them I think it ties very closely with diversity and inclusion, and we talked about our student body being more diverse in 10 years, as well as our faculty and staff being more diverse in 10 years. And what does that really do for us in 10 years? And it creates more of a well-rounded university, more well-rounded education for our students. We also talked about our retention rates. Our retention rates could be much better. We're wanting those to obviously increase in 10 more years. And that also gets students to graduation, and when they do get to graduation, then they see some value in the time that they spent. And speaking of graduation, we also talked about 10 years having a shorter time to graduation because, we have, I think it's less than 50% graduate in 4 years. That goes over 50% in 6 years. And if we can get that down to 4 years, less student debt and better retention, and folks can get out into the working world much quicker. Other things. What else did we talk about? Anything else? Did I miss something, group? And international. Yes, our new market international, and that really comes for the diversity that plays into our diversity for our student body and our faculty and staff. So, so we see ourselves really, this is all tied together, and we see ourselves really in all of the other areas, and especially in the DEI group for now.
Yeah, and I just want to make one point, and I think one of the things that came up right out of the gate is the interdependencies among your goal groups. They're really not independent of one another. There will be things that will come up in your conversations, just like you just described, that something we're thinking about is something we might want to have a conversation with the folks in the DEIB working group as well. Or, we're really thinking about these new programs. Gee, I wonder what kind of space requirements we would need, because programs drive space. And those kinds of decisions become really important. So great to really bring that to the forward. So, don't think about you guys working in silos with high walls. Thinking about, a little bit more permeable, that when you need to consult. And, with strategic planning groups like this, so when you're talking about, your planning groups, often the co-chairs will meet, collectively to be able to share what their groups are talking about, so that you can see those opportunities, just like you described, and then get the input from the other co-chairs. So, and it could also be an opportunity where another group would say, hey, we were thinking about that too. And find ways to be able to think about, from our lens and our group, this is how we're approaching it. From our group's perspective, this is how we're approaching it. So it's important that that intergroup communication remain part of the process. So great, yes, and here, I'll come around this way. Thank you.
Good morning. In 10 years, we see NMU as synonymous with sustainability. That sustainability is coordinated, communicated, embedded in decision-making, and a big piece of this is that many things are already happening, but we haven't made space to tell those stories or to have a front door to sustainability. So one thing our group talked about is getting Shine, a sustainability hub for innovation and the environment, launched and rolling so that the community knows, both internal and external, knows where to go to get information and to collaborate, to coordinate, to talk about decision making, as well as engage students because they're really critical to this effort. So Shine is a conduit and a storehouse of information, a clearinghouse, and it is a way to communicate more effectively. At the physical aspect, in 10 years, we see NMU having a smaller footprint, and also that's in terms of buildings, but also in terms of carbon, and less waste, just less waste in 10 years. That's where we're at.
One of the things, I think that's really came up in your comments too, and I was doing my usual professor thing, walking around listening, so I'm a bit of a creeper. But one of the things to really think about is that the impact of climate on campus. Some of you might be familiar with the work of Brian Alexander, that's Bryan. He's a futurist, wrote the book Academia Next, which was a look into the future. It's a couple of years old now, but Brian was the only futurist who predicted a pandemic and what it might and how it might impact higher education. He's really, really good, and he is the nicest person I think I've ever met. He's done some presentations for us at our conferences. The point is that his next book is on higher ed and climate change. And so I know that he's got a complete draft of it done, and he's working with his editors to get it out. But really, he's really done some really good work, and I expect that this is going to be a really good book as well that can really help inform campus work on the impact of climate change on what we do on campus. If water levels rise, think about all those places that are on coastlines. Where's that water going to go? If the water level rises, some campuses will disappear. You think about Miami and some other places on the West Coast and what happens in the Great Lakes. What happens if really water levels rise? So, thinking about these kinds of things and carbon footprint and all those other kinds of things that are important to think about regarding sustainability and the environment. And one of the other things that's really important too is, again, in conversations with students, some of them make a decision based on your commitment to the climate crisis, is where they're going to go to school. And if you have nothing about how you're working on sustainability, they will go someplace else and find a place that aligns with their values. They're really, the students are becoming more and more discerning about looking for institutions that have a consistent set of values that are compatible with mine. And they're using it as admissions choice decisions. So it's really, really important to think about these kinds of things as you continue to move ahead. One more group as an example. You'll all have opportunities to talk at some point today. So just one more group. I'd like to talk about a couple of things. Anybody? Okay. You guys were kind of split.
Yeah, we split up because it was too hard. Okay, so this end of the table said in 10 years we want to see more online programs. We want to see higher retention and completion rates, which of course goes to student success work, so what Dale was talking about. And that we want, we're hopeful that the mental health of everyone is better and will lead to student success, et cetera, et cetera. So that was this end of the table. I don't know if so we didn't really do DEIB. More diverse faculty and students, which we talked about we need to have more people on campus that students can identify with for them to be successful.
Yeah, it's important, when you think about your campus DEIB goals. And I'm familiar with some campuses where they've actually increased the diversity of the student body, but haven't on staff and faculty. And it becomes a retention issue because students don't see themselves in their professors and their staff. And it's really important because I know it's become a real common phrase, representation does matter. And so it's really important as you build these initiatives and make it your commitment more than just a performative statement on your website, saying we're committed to diversity. But when people ask, well, tell me what you've done. What have you accomplished? And if you haven't done anything other than post something on your website, then again, that's another choice that students make and people make with respect to their connection to your campus. So all of these things become really, really important as you continue to move forward. So let's go ahead and move on. So some of this will go into a little bit deeper depth into integrated planning and some of the aspects, especially with alignment and integration. Now I know that one of the reasons why I wanted to show this slide in particular is that what's important here is what happens above and below this dotted line here that cuts across. The work that's above the dotted line is what's typically characterized as your strategic planning, strategic thinking work. It's setting the strategic decision or direction of the institution, taking your data at the moment in time, and you're really, some people typically laugh when I say you have to have a plan for planning. I mean, it's really important to think about what approach will we take. What roles will committees have? Will they have a charter that outlines their role and their place in the decision-making process? Are they a recommending body? Are they a deciding body? Do they do a little bit of both? What does membership look like? All of those kinds of things become really important in really what we call having a defining charter for your work groups. So that's really, really critical as you go forward. And then thinking about all those kinds of things that are important, as you can see in this box, some of your existing materials, past plans, how successful we were there, what did we learn, what was left on the table, what didn't work, where did we find success. And then, as you can see here, if you look at this is just your SWOT analysis, and that's still a very useful technique. The important thing is a lot of institutions just stop after they articulate their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. They don't do the analysis part of the situational analysis for a SWOT. There is work after that. And that's where you can really begin to leverage what we learned from the SWOT analysis. And as you can see, as you continue to mull over, reflect on this information, you begin to surface strategic issues and articulate a vision of the future. That's why I asked you to think a little bit about your future, because your strategic thinking leads you to creating a story for your future and what that looks like. And it's not just hopes and dreams. It's a future that is attainable, realistic, and also pushes the institution to be better. And really, this is one of the things that I typically say at this point in every presentation talking about this. Strategic plans are change documents. It characterizes a different institution at the end of 3 years, at the end of 5 years, whatever the time frame is. I've yet to see a strategic plan that articulates this statement: we want to be the same in 5 years. There is no plan that says we're not changing. And so if there is, then that's not a strategic plan, because you're really making decisions about the future of the institution and how the institution will achieve those aspirational goals that they set for themselves to think about where they'll be. Below the dotted line, which starts getting into the work that you're talking about, we're talking about the rest of the day, is, what are the tactics? What are the action steps? The operational characteristics and qualities of the plan. Budget planning, but budget planning alone isn't enough. I typically refer to resource planning, because there are 4 areas of resources that you need to think about when you begin to operationalize your plan. Certainly one is money. What's your institution's strategic finance plan? But also it's a strategic facilities plan, your campus master plan, because that's a set of resources. Also the technology plan, your technological resource plan. And then finally your HR plan, your human resource plan. Those 4 areas are critical and are the resources that serve to support the implementation of the plan. So it's really critical to think not just about money. Not that money isn't important, but there are other things that are important as well. Then executing strategy, measuring it, learning from the evidence of how successful you are, and then making course corrections. As you see, there's always a feedback loop. Making the course corrections, maybe you move through a particular initiative more quickly than you had expected. That's great. So what's next then? Or we had slowed down because of the nature of the environment and whatever's going on. And in some cases, it may be that the particular action step that you want to take at a particular moment, you haven't done the antecedent work to get there, so you take a step back and do the prerequisite work to be able to move forward. That's why it's important to remember you're not going to do everything on day one. Phase your plans. And the nice thing about this plan is really looking at a 1.5 to 2 years. That's a phase. What will this phase do for you to set you up going forward? And it's really critical to really think about it and work at it in this way. I think you're at a really good point with respect to the way your future looks in the short term. And I know you have some leadership gaps to fill, and those are important. And the thing is that one of the things that is important regarding planning is that you really want it to become part of an institutional cultural norm. It's what we do. It doesn't rely on who's the president or who's the provost. It relies on the institution because it's an institutional organizational practice. And when I need to take a break from doing things, I end up looking at job descriptions. Just curious to see how many of them say, especially senior level, and it's really now actually moving down in terms of roles and responsibilities, how many of these job descriptions for deans, for instance, or program directors, and certainly vice presidents, provosts, presidents, include facility with strategic planning, a knowledge of strategic or integrated planning. It's becoming more and more commonplace in the job descriptions of institutional leaders. I mean, how many of you are a department chair, for instance, or was a department chair at some point? Anybody? A couple of you? I spent 8 years as a department chair. At my institution, we had department chairs sat for 2 4-year terms, and you could do 2 successive 4-year terms, and then someone else would step in. One of a couple of the things that I never realized, in terms of moving into the department chair job, was really how much planning that I was doing. academic planning, operational planning every year, creating budgets, planning for positions, making the case for new positions, all of those kinds of things. And then fixing the VHS system when somebody broke it, but yeah, and more often, believe me, more often than not, I was spending more time, fixing the plugs, where the cables were supposed to go, because if the video didn't work, it was the machine's problem, not an operator error. And they started pulling the plugs out and switching them, and I said, oh my gosh, this is crazy. But nevertheless, you kind of get into that job thinking you could be an academic leader, and you find that you're dealing with that kind of stuff. But when you have these moments to really think about developing a plan for a department, that was my first foray into planning. And either I was fortunate or unfortunate enough to be department chair for the 8-year period of time when we were designing a new science building from ground up, which gave us an opportunity really to do an integrated plan and create a vision for science and math education at the university for the next 20 or 30 years, because we weren't going to tear down the building in 5 or 6 years. And build another one, but really begin to think about that short term and long term. And the one thing that I remember from the Project Kaleidoscope consultant that we had working with, who was an architect and built, was involved in a lot of science buildings, we were all anxious. All the department chairs were on a working group together, all anxious to start carving out space and designing rooms. And he said, wait a minute. Programs drive space. You can't build a building without knowing what you're going to do in it. So remember that programs drive space. So, as you begin to think about moving forward and what your space needs are going to be now and into the future, you need to have those conversations around, well, what programs will we be offering in those spaces? And could it be that a particular set of spaces need to be multi-purpose? And what does that really mean? So all of those kinds of things become really important. And these are the conversations that you will have that really allows you and the work you do to be the bridge between the strategy and strategic direction of the institution and the operationalization of the plan. The tactics and action steps and knowing, what success looks like. And so your role is critical to keep the institution focused and create that balance between strategy and action. And so, again, here's the strategic planning models and the definition, what's distinctive. I showed this to you already. This is actually a diagram I drew to help me describe planning on the campus I worked at. And as I mentioned before, I worked at John Carroll University. John Carroll is one of the Jesuit schools here in the United States. So think Loyola Chicago, Marquette, all of those, we're with that group of schools. And we talk about the Ignatian pedagogical paradigm. And really it's what we think about when we design the student experience. And so really what I found is that the elements of that activity aligned very well with integrated planning. And so one of the first place you start is, what's your institutional context? What's your institution's story? Who you are. What's your mission? What are your values? What's your vision? Really describe what your identity is. Some of you might be familiar with Simon Sinek. He's done a lot of podcasts and TED Talks and things like that. He always talks about defining the why. And this is really what that is, what your institutional context and knowing your core purpose, why we exist. Then you can begin to talk about what experiences do we want to develop for individuals who want to take advantage of what we provide. So that partly is your planning history again. If you look at that previous chart, it's your past planning results, your key performance indicators, dashboards, all those kinds of things. But what is your institution's planning history? How successful have we been at it? Is it something that is deeply rooted in what we do as a practice, or is it something we do on and off? And is it something we need to get better at doing and have it become a standard organizational practice that we need to do? So, and then thinking about, at this moment, reflecting on the institution and that information that you collect. whether it's your internal data that the folks in Jason's shop can pull together for you out of IE and IR to begin to really understand deeply the institution's story, plus external environmental scans of the external environment that can help you understand what's shifting around you and how you need to respond, and reflect on that and begin to move in a collaborative design. That's really a good bit of what you've done. What Jason presented in his opening remarks about all the consultation, all the information you gathered from the constituent groups that you had opportunities to talk with and get input from. Then you're able to design your plan like you have here, and then you move to action, and that's where you're at now. How will we implement this? How does the strategic plan fit together with the rest of the planning portfolio? Your operational plan, any scenario planning, continuity planning, contingency planning, all these kinds of plans that are out there. Thinking about those of you who work in a college or school on campus, do you have a strategic plan for your college or school? Is there a strategic plan for your College of Arts and Sciences, for instance, or your School of Business or College of Business? Some of you, especially in accredited programs, your program accreditors expect you have a strategic plan. How will that align to this work? So all of those kinds of things begin to think about, even thinking about, what does your strategic enrollment plan look like? What's your campus master plan look like? What does your strategic plan for community engagement look like? And campus and culture, all of these kinds of plans and how they become integrated, and that's what your planning portfolio is. And then evaluate. What does success look like? Because as you generate that evidence, it again then feeds back into the system to be able to help you understand, how we're progressing, where there are gaps, where you might need investment, where you might need to slow down, where you might need to speed up, where you might need to put things aside. So evaluation is critical as a key component of the process. If you don't like Venn diagrams with arrows going all over the place, this is an outline of what I just described. So in terms of thinking about where these pieces all fit together. So, trying to really accommodate different ways people like to see information or take in information. Often one of the first things I start doing is drawing pictures to help me kind of better understand it. So that's where that previous slide came from. And then really these are the elements of that particular model. So when you begin to, and here is the portfolio of plans. I mentioned that you have a portfolio as an institution, and when you're doing integrated planning, these things do touch one another in important ways. They're complementary and they rely on each other. Your strategic plan relies on the operational plan. Scenario planning helps you stay ahead of changes in the environment that can impact your strategic and operational plans. So I also provided definitions of strategic and operational planning. One of the things I did yesterday as I was thinking about resources for you is I put together a packet, that I sent it to Jason, and it's in your Google Drive. It's documents from some of the workshops we run at SCUP, and then some of them are also pieces of your work that I provided as reference material. And they're in there. I'm getting there. Leading to is that there's a glossary of terms that we developed, a planning dictionary for integrated planning. So there's a glossary of terms that's part of that that you might look at. Jason mentioned that you have a glossary as well, and it's very, very parallel to the glossary that we have at SCUP in terms of helping you really decide on what we're going to call something on our campus. So when we say strategic planning, we mean this. When we say integrated planning, we mean this. When we use the word tactic, this is what we mean. So all of those kinds of things so you can build that shared vocabulary. All of us know that the areas in which we work have their own vocabulary. And so this is no different. Integrated planning is no different than anything else. It's a discipline. It has its vocabulary. And hopefully the glossary will be helpful. The other thing too I did was put in several pages of a bibliographic references. So if you're interested in looking at some material around planning and where some of the information, the tools that we have embedded in the packet I put together for you, looking for some references, they're there. So there might be some things of help there as well. These context-specific planning, scenario planning, continuity, contingency planning. Scenario planning is one of those things that you really do to try to forecast possible futures. Now, if any of you are familiar with any of the work that McKinsey does or Deloitte does, the kinds of studies that they do and publications they have, they've provided actually some examples of scenario plans for higher education. Both Deloitte and McKinsey and EAB and some of these other big consulting firms have done this kind of work where they actually create some scenarios for what they imagine might be the forces impacting higher education. The thing is you could do one yourself. There's and SCUP has some resources around scenario planning in higher education. And the nice thing about linking a scenario plan to your strategic and operational plan is that it continues to keep you looking outward at shifts in the environment and imagine scenarios that have a high likelihood of happening and a high probability of impact. And if you're able to create scenarios around those issues, as you begin to look for mileposts or signposts in the environment, you have a response. Because what a scenario plan can do is help contribute to developing a contingency plan. If this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we're going to do that. So all of those kinds of things, this is where that integration of plans and the varieties of plans create this portfolio that allows you to continue to move for the institution forward so that you're ready for the environment and you can be nimble and agile and respond to these kinds of environmental shifts. Okay, here's another opportunity for you to talk. We've developed a model of planning maturity as well that we use as part of some of the work that we do, and we're able to characterize different stages of planning maturity on campuses, ranging from chaotic to optimized. And so what you have here is, again, I also threw in the basic, those 4 important terms from the definition of integrated planning: a sustainable plan that builds on relationships, that is aligned and change ready. And these are the 4 categories, or I try to stay away from calling them stages because it implies that you only can go in one direction. But the environment may impact you in a way that you begin to move and you may go forward, may go back, depending upon the environment. I would suggest that a lot of schools were in the place of being reactive over the past several years because of what the pandemic was doing to you on a daily basis, and how medical advice was changing, and all of the kinds of decisions around contact and spread and being on campus or not, all of those kinds of things. But so what I'm going to ask you to think about and talk with your colleagues at your table is, if you think about campus, what category would you put Northern Michigan in terms of where in the planning maturity scale? And what's education without a rubric? So hopefully you could see this. But as you can see here, there's sustainable relationships, alignment, prepared for change down the middle. And here are the 4 stages from chaotic to optimized. And you can begin to see some little bit more description with respect to the four categories of integrated planning maturity. So take a few minutes, take a look, and one of the things you might decide is that, and this is often difficult to think about the institution in its fullness because planning could vary based on the units you're looking at. So, if you want to start with, maybe your home, where you're at in the institution, and think about how you plan and how you would characterize planning in your space, that could be a good place to start, and then kind of build up from there. In terms of thinking about, and then maybe take a stab at what you might, agree to how you might describe the institution as a whole. So there's no right or wrong answer here. It's just your perception based on these descriptions of where your planning maturity lies. So go ahead. I'll give you 10 minutes, okay? Oh, sure. Yeah. Exactly. I saw that. That was the building a T person. Yeah. So to be fair to those of you that are making your tables a little easier, I hit pause. So go ahead, and if you're going to shift your tables, go ahead, and then I'll start the timer back up again. Sure. Okay, I'm going to bounce between this and the rubric because some folks like this and some like the rubric, but here you go. Take a look here. Okay, so, listening to what, what you were saying is some really good conversations, especially when we began to think about, well, how is my unit doing with planning? And then, sort of thinking about how the institution, does as well. And so, really, one of the things that I've found in my experience, I ask this question a lot in presentations, and we do it in our workshops. This is a piece right out of our workshops. And when we do a workshop, either whether it's on campus like this is, or a workshop that we call our public offering, which is basically offering it during our annual conference, and we get people from all over, coming to attend. We usually ask them, how do you characterize your institution? And most individuals would say, well, it's hard to talk about the institution for the reasons that maybe came up in your conversation as well. But when asking them to pick, more often than not, individuals say their institution is often it's bouncing between reactive and proactive, depending upon what's going on in the environment. Some have said that they do have some units that are really optimized, they're doing really well and work really hard, and others can point to at least one that's a hot mess all the time, that they're chaotic in their approach. And so, it's a little bit all over the place, but most, I would say, in my experience, that the modal form, the most common place they are, is somewhere between reactive and proactive. And some individuals, over the last couple of years, were saying, we were trending to proactive until the pandemic hit, and then it was so overwhelming that we slid back into reactive because of the environment. And they were hoping that they could get that momentum again to move back to a proactive kind of approach and even move to optimized. So that, moving through proactive to optimize, those last two categories, start getting you into that place where you move from plan to planning, that it's an institutional practice, and you begin to ask questions about an initiative that is in place or you're going to start, and people will ask two questions when you begin to see changes that in terms of changing your culture. If your culture shifted around planning, often what people will ask, well, is that in line with the strategic plan? Is that initiative in line with the plan? The other is, well, how are we going to measure that? And that's where that good old culture of assessment comes up. And you heard that for years from the HLC, saying we need to have campuses develop a culture of assessment. And now the shift is, not that assessment went away, it didn't, but they really are hoping that institutions also now develop a culture of planning. Now, I know Dan and I were both at the Higher Learning Commission back in April. Dan and I ran into each other, we chatted briefly, but one of the things that the HLC vice presidents, there's a couple of vice presidents who every year give a presentation on the top 5 areas in which institutions get cited. Whether it's a focus visit or a monitoring report, and consistently in the top 5 now for a number of years, you can probably guess, well, some of them are around criterion 3 and 4 on assessment, but the one that is not an assessment related criterion 4 or 3 is in criterion 5, and it's 5C, lack of integrated planning. And that's been consistent throughout the last 5 to 7 years in terms of where institutions either have a monitoring report due, or they're having a focus visit, or they might get, depending upon how bad they're at, and there are other things wrong, then they get put on notice, those around issues like this. So it's one that's really prominent within the Higher Learning Commission environment. And the thing is, because I don't have anything else to do, I've read the guidelines for every one of the institutional accreditors. Right, you remember now, there aren't regional accreditors anymore. They're institutional accreditors because a few years back, there was a lift of the regional requirement. All, HLC and the Southern Commission and New England and Middle States and Western and Northwest, they're all institutional accreditors now. You don't have to reside in a region to be a member. You could seek membership to any of the accrediting bodies. In fact, if you pay attention to any of the higher ed news, Florida, because Florida legislature and the governor got into a fight with their accrediting body, is now passed legislation that every 5 years they have to change their accreditor. Good luck with that. Because it's not something that it's not transferable. You have to go into candidacy status. You have to go through the whole process because the state didn't like that they questioned a couple of things that happened at the University of Florida and Florida State. So this is the environment now, and so now even though SACS, which is the Southern Accreditor, and CHIA, Council for Higher Education Accreditation, sent letters, to the U.S. Department of Ed and to the state saying this is really stupid and a bad move, they ignored it. And so now that's the environment that we're getting. And that's why I said compliance is one of those things that keeps you up at night. So for things like this and how these things unfold. So when you begin to think about, moving into where you're at and thinking about integrated planning on your campus and the relative maturity or status, in terms of the environment as a whole and your departments or divisions or colleges and schools, it's important also to think about what other key aspects are either directly or indirectly impact integrated planning. So here's a diagram that really does a nice job, connecting your strategic planning process to planning at the unit level. Because ultimately, what you have in your document, and you look at the initiatives that are outlined, those are unit level activities. When you really look at it, these are ground level things. And these are the things that you plan for. Could be a quarterly basis. It could be an annual basis. It might be something that might run over 2 years because there are different parts of that or phases of it as you move ahead. So it's important to recognize that, as you see here, strategic planning is, could be, whatever time horizon you should decide. And as you can see, there's a long-term and short-term component to it. And the unit planning process can be long and short term as well, and it's focused on year-over-year actions. So when you think about the operational unit plans that they move the institution along, often they're referred to as operational plans as well. But again, it's the balance between strategy and action. And so this is where it fits. Is that you set your strategic direction, you have overall goals, then you begin to design actions that move you towards accomplishing those goals. And so as you see here, the descriptions here regarding strategic planning and unit planning, some of the things that can describe, at the strategic planning level, again, it's external focus versus internal focus. What to do rather than how to do it. It's boundary spanning and enterprise wide, in terms of thinking about strategic planning, and that's what means you're integrated with the full institution. You're constantly scanning the environment, dealing with resource allocation as well, and then you begin to get it even at a more granular level here with respect to resource allocation and process. That's one of the things as you move ahead. You need to think about, are your processes aligned? And we'll talk a little bit more about alignment today too. But one of the key things to think about is, okay, so here are here's the operational plan. Here are things we want to continue that need to be resourced. Here are things new that we want to implement that need to be resourced. Is your new program approval process in line with your resource allocation process? Decisions that are made by various entities within the institution regarding, say, approving an academic program or a student life program or a new fiscal process, is that aligned with your resource allocation process? And so that you're not getting bogged down and waiting and you can get something done actually in a particular fiscal year rather than saying that we approved this last year, but it didn't line up with the resource allocation process. You had to wait a year to be able to get it moving. That kind of stuff needs to be worked out, and those are governance issues. in terms of thinking about how you can begin to align your governance decision-making processes, in terms of who do we need to get information from, who do we need to inform, what's the recommending body, who decides that the allocation goes forward. Those kinds of things are sort of the nuts and bolts process matters that are part of your governance process. In terms of thinking about where's the faculty senate or faculty governance body, schedule for reviewing new academic programs or changing academic programs. Is that in sync with resource allocation? Is that in sync with capital requests around equipment and facilities or technology? Those kinds of things become really important. And if people are involved, where do you get lines funded for faculty or new staff funding? All of those kinds of things, those things need to be planned out. And that's why I don't just limit resources to talk about money. It's people, tech, and buildings. And in terms of thinking about those other pieces, that this is where you begin to now get the integration and alignment across the institution, and its governance process matters. Creating those governance bodies and working the governance bodies to look forward and not backward. That used to work like that, but it needs to change because this is the direction we're headed. So those things become critically important. Okay, so yeah, we're in good shape. In terms of thinking about, again, when you think about integration, how do you get there? And what I have here is that these are some of the common barriers or challenges when trying to move the institution from loosely integrated to more integrated. The size of the institution matters, or the size of the unit matters. And so that's one of the things to consider. Smaller units or smaller institutions may be a little bit more nimble in terms of how quickly they can move or realign their processes. Larger institutions, a little bit more difficult, especially if they're very decentralized. But that could also be the case for a decentralized unit within, in terms of thinking about how do you, integrate processes within the division of fill in the blank, and thinking about how those kinds of things can happen. And as you see, again, centralized or decentralized, private and public, the advantage that private institutions have, I think you could probably identify some, is that they don't have to report to the state. They don't have state mandates to worry about. There might be some loosely aligned things that they need to be concerned about regarding private institutions' relationship to the state, but really, private institutions take their direction from their board and the senior leadership. And so, the state mandates are optional, for a lot of private institutions. And a lot of private institutions may want to adopt some things that the state is asking because it helps them be more competitive against state institutions. So that's one of the things to think about with respect to how difficult or challenging it might be to reach alignment or reach integration. Whether you're a profit or not-for-profit institution, and that's really resources, in terms of thinking about the kinds of things that are available. What does your endowment look like? I mean, you think Harvard has a lot of problems? When they cry, I just don't pay attention. Because, the multi-billion-dollar endowment, and I realize they have certain commitments for those money, but I'm sorry, it's just not fair, and then use institutions like that with huge endowments as the standard for how everybody needs to behave when we know what your life is like here, and we know what life is like on some of the small private campuses like Adrian and Alma and the struggles that they have with generating net tuition revenue and things like that. Certainly, again, labor, non-union, unionized, and that's really, I would say, saying that it's easier, maybe not so. I think it's relative to the relationship the governing bodies have with one another with respect to unions, because everybody that I talk to, where there are union environments, he said they've said, there are some advantages. Things are spelled out in a union contract. In a non-union environment, things might be in a handbook, and then people argue over what a word means in a faculty handbook. and you get bogged down in actually being able to do those kinds of things. So those are things to think about regarding, challenges in integrated planning. So even with those challenges, how can you move the institution? And there are different ways that you could do it. And I think in that first column, really what that first column really focuses on are strategies that you could use and how they might be directed toward different activities that you might be involved in. So how can you incentivize movement toward integration? You can think about kind of minor changes, maybe surface level. Uh-oh. Thank you. Thanks. By basically incentivizing through a particular kind of resource allocation. So, for example, a lot of institutions, when they are moving to implementing their plan, they may actually create a budget line that is for strategic initiatives. It could be the provost has one for academic initiatives, maybe some VPs have it, or the president's office. That's not an unusual thing, that they actually carve out a piece of a budget that's for strategic initiatives. That's where you get the incentive money. So if you're doing something that is in line with the strategic plan, you might have a competition internally. You can apply for that money. That's incentive-based, and that's where resource allocation, can happen. And then also sometimes they have new positions that are aligned with that, as well as recognition by external bodies with the program you've developed, or internally, the work gets recognized as a good example of how to continue to move on the strategic plan and move it forward. I don't like to say coercion, but really, there are those cases where there are decisions that the authority structure makes that might be shift towards integration, changing in rules or policies. And the authority structure doesn't necessarily mean the executive leadership of campus. It could be the executive leadership of the faculty governance body, or it could be the union body that is changing some things regarding process or rules, or combination of academic departments. Just read yesterday of an institution that's eliminating programs, and I think it was 40 or 50 faculty that will be let go. So they're sunsetting, and some of them I just couldn't believe. Biology, math were a couple of the programs that was written up in, I think, either in Inside Higher Ed or EdSurge, so one of those daily newsletters. But you can begin to think about how do you build relationships? This is a relationship building opportunity. You're working with people from across campus and cross-functional teams. This is what's meant by integrated planning is based on relationships. It's not just relationships with people you know in your area. It's relationships with people you may or may not know from across campus. And so that's where this can help with integrated planning. Communication. As we all know, we say, I haven't been to a campus yet where they don't say communication is a problem. Really, but it's a matter of how serious a problem is it. One instance that I had an experience where I learned we hired a new president when I was at Cleveland Stadium watching a baseball game. I ran into a friend of mine, and she said, I just read in the paper you guys hired a new president. I said, oh, we did? The campus announcement, they never let campus know, and it was in the middle of the summer. They announced it in July that we hired a new president. That kind of stuff just doesn't sit well with people on campus, no matter who you are. So communication is important. Being transparent, having campus champions. Who are your opinion makers? Or in today's language, who are your influencers on campus? And what role do they play in helping to communicate? And then embedding the practice to improve communication. Again, transforming the campus, changing organizational practice. Again, process, as you see here, linking unit plans with institutional plans, see document, so there you go. Establish goal teams, here you are. And then also integration alignment is the norm. And then finally, organizational design. How you begin to think about continuous improvement, that it's a process that you begin to live, aligning your work, and sustaining the leader. That's the other thing. People often ask me, well, give me some examples of schools that have really done well on doing integrated planning. And there's also there's often the usual suspects: Southern New Hampshire, Arizona State, Western Governors, and a few others here and there. The one thing they have in common is stable leadership at the top. And they didn't do it overnight. It took Michael Crow and Paula Blank decades to get those institutions to where they're at today. It's not a quick fix. It's like turning around a super carrier. It's hard work. It takes time. So it's important to recognize that sustained leadership at the top is really important. And so it's presidential leadership, it's cabinet level leadership, it's leadership in the deans and directors, that you have stable leadership in places so that you can design and implement something and get some momentum moving so that the institution can move forward. Unfortunately, you look at the data, especially on lengths of terms of deans and provosts and presidents and vice presidents, they're cycling out more quickly. You look at a decade ago, and it's at least a year or two shorter now for presidents and provosts, and maybe a year less for deans than it was, with a decade ago or so. And American Council on Education keeps track of presidents in particular. They do a president's study every year, and they're the ones that really do provide some information regarding the longevity of presidents in their position. And we also see that more and more presidents are coming from outside of higher education, not just no longer coming up through the faculty, but outside of higher education, and how many of them are being appointed in state systems by governors, appointing political friends, and whether or not that works out. So those are the kinds of things that are important to think about. And when I say look at the external environment, this is the external environment that will impact your campus. And so these are the kinds of things to keep track of and understand as powerful forces moving forward. So, actually, probably good to break for lunch now since it's ready, because this will be another important conversation, a couple of things to do. So I think this is a good time to stop.
So everybody should have access to the Google Drive now. We fixed a little glitch, so if you're looking to get in there, now would be a good time to try again. If you want to reorganize your tables the way that these two groups up front have, feel free to do that as well. And then, is everybody all right with sort of 30, 40 minutes for lunch and then get back at it? Okay, we'll plan for that.
12:30 then. Yeah,
Yep.
So it's about 10 out. So.
Yep, about 12:30 we'll resume. Thanks. Lunch is all back along the wall there. Let's give them about 3 minutes to get everything unwrapped, and then we'll head over for lunch.
Dennis. Oh, Dennis. So yeah. So yeah. Cool. No, I was totally. I know.
5-minute warning. 5-minute warning.
Let's go ahead and get started. Feel free to keep eating, certainly. Those brownies look deadly, so I bet they are. I'm probably going to grab one later. But in terms of thinking about where to go from here and setting up some of the things we'll have you do at your table this afternoon, the companion terms, integration, alignment. So as you work on integration, you're also keeping mind and being mindful of how then are we becoming more and more aligned in terms of what I often call aligning the institution up, down, and sideways. And I have a couple of diagrams. If you have the slides open, if you flip through them, you see them. But really, when we talk about alignment, it's just not enough to be vertically aligned. Also, it's important to think about alignment horizontally across the institution. So it's within areas and across areas. And again, it's one of the reasons why you're broken out into cross-functional teams, to help bring you to have cross-functional conversations that span the boundaries of the institution to be able to achieve this kind of alignment. So, in a very general way, this particular diagram shows alignment really in a vertical. From the top of the institution, your overarching strategic plan for the entire institution that moves through institutional plans, like what's your IT plan, for instance, those institutional level plans, to thinking about divisional plans, maybe what's going on in the finance office, for instance, or what's happening maybe in financial aid, those kinds of areas. Then you also have college or school plans. You might also think about centers and institutes you may have on campus. What kind of plans do they have in terms of strategic plan and operational plan, and all the way down to the unit plan or departmental plan. What's the chemistry department strategic plan? What's the Office of Residence Life strategic plan? These kinds of things, and how they're aligned both vertically from the top down and from the bottom up. Then you can begin to get things, you can see how quickly it can get more complex. And really, this is the example of looking at alignment within vertical areas and then across the institution horizontally. So when you begin to think about your strategic plan, how does that inform your organizational plan, operational plan internally? How does that inform fundraising and capital planning? How does that inform your financial budget? How does it, align with other planning processes? How do things align with accreditation, your reporting? Not just your institutional accreditation, AHLC, but for those programs that you have programmatic accreditation. So this is that up and down and across the institution. So you could see that in a lot of ways, while the campus leadership is involved, most of this work gets done by the people in the middle of the org chart. The folks in the middle of the organizational structure, the deans, the assistant deans, associate deans, directors, assistant directors, all of those individuals in that middle space who report up and have responsibilities leadership down. So, how are you making your connections as a middle level person in that space? How are you spanning the boundaries of the institution to be able to coordinate the work across and then lead up and lead down, for your work that you do? And so here's just an example of looking at a horizontal and a vertical, in this case the vertical, and then here a vertical and a horizontal, and how these things are dependent upon one another, because decisions you make in some areas, like accreditation and a program review, can have impacts on institutional continuous improvement plans, and also it might have an impact on your capital plan. So when you begin to think about program review and what the expectations are regarding engaging in those kinds of activities, program review is now an expectation. When you look at, I mentioned earlier about integrated planning as a place where HLC zones in. One of the other areas is, are you doing assessment? Do you have an assessment plan for the institution? Are you doing student learning outcome assessment? Those are criteria 3 and 4. Do you do program review? And do you do program review to areas outside of the academic area? Are you doing unit or administration or other support area program reviews? Now, in some places, it's natural. You do a financial audit, and that really is a program review in a finance area for the most part. If you do some kind of program reviews around, doing alumni surveys and things like that in the alumni office, or some of the work that you might do in advancement or fundraising that's linked to the professional organization CASE, C-A-S-E, they have some standards regarding CASE standards for high functioning advancement offices. There's also the CAS standards, the Council for the Advancement of Standards, where a lot of student affairs related kinds of things. They have goals and objectives and standards there. So there are ways of being to be able to do program reviews of some of the administrative areas. And so it's something that you do and evaluate, and that data and information and performance feeds back into your overall planning process and feeds into really quality assurance across the institution, so that the academic areas don't feel like they're the only ones being singled out for program reviews on a schedule, and feel that the entire institution is engaged in this kind of activity, because it feeds into all of this kind of activity to align your institution up, down, and sideways. Now, this is a diagram I created when I was at John Carroll, in John Carroll colors, of course, that really begins to help understand, what are we after? We're after academic excellence or student success and the student experience. And what do we need to support that? That's the core. That's the core purpose. Well, these plans are all the other plans at the institution that are necessary to be able to support that academic excellence core. And so thinking about where you're at and who you are, and bounded by mission, vision, and values, always the horizon is mission, vision, and values. And this begins, some people said, well, it's really busy with all those arrows. What does it mean? What it means is these things are all interconnected. You really have to understand that there are interdependencies here, and that you need to be mindful of those to be able to understand how the institution works and how it can move forward in meaningful ways and being successful. So like the integration guidance, here are some things around alignment. So here are some, a list of principles, vertical, coordinating actions, horizontal, distributing ownership. This works through delegation. It's not one office, it's everyone. They all have their stake and their role and responsibility. So it's important to recognize that delegation and distributed ownership of both strategic and operational planning is important. And link your action steps, show how they're linked together. And again, aligning the governance bodies. I mean, that really is a place that could be a barrier or a facilitator of being successful when your governance bodies are working in the same, in the same direction and really moving the institution forward. School I was working with in North Dakota, they're the Vikings. And one of the things they always talk about is rowing in the same direction. So that's, actually is a way they talk about the campus and talk about their planning process. We want to all row in the same direction. And so use some of your campus culture and the things that are demonstrative of your campus culture, whether it's wearing your campus, hat or rowing in the same direction. People understand that because shared purpose is what you're trying to generate here. So here's some recommendations around aligning planning and budgeting. I mentioned some of this morning. What processes need to be aligned? Are your budgeting processes and your program approval processes aligned? Are your resource allocation notifications of when resources are available and when you can apply for them, and put in proposals to have them resourced? Are these aligned so the timing works out as best as it can? Also, one of the things that's important is what kinds of tools do you have available to be able to do some of this? What technology do you have that can be assisting you in this process? Now, because integrate, it's often interesting to see, when you start looking at, vendors and their interest in trying to capture marketplace and begin to look at what institutions are doing. So, 15, 20 years ago, a lot of vendors started providing assessment software, right? TK20, and some of these other providers start, Zytrax, to allow you to do your assessment, gathering of information. They embed rubrics and all that stuff so you can do that work. Well, there's more and more integrated planning software out there as well. So different companies are starting to develop this. Ad Astra is one. It's ADASTRA. SPOL, which is Strategic Planning Online, is another that has different components. EAB provides a service regarding integrated planning tracking. So, are you developing, the point is, are you growing your own tools? Are you going to use your own, develop your own to align with your planning processes? Or are you going to think about acquiring something from the outside? And there are upsides, there are advantages and disadvantages to both. And that's that's a decision an institution needs to make. Achieve It is another one that's really popular as well. But thinking about what tools do you have and what do you have available? Do you have the right information? Who is responsible? And how do you know you're successful? And so they're the things that help you move to alignment. And so, as you continue to integrate and align, think about those things I showed you before lunch regarding integration. Think about these activities here regarding alignment, and they do complement one another as you begin to move the institution forward. So I just wanted to drop this quote in. Take a look at this. Now, if you remember what I said this morning about that review of college and university strategic plans that was done by this consulting body, and I'll send Jason the executive summary and the link to this particular consulting firm. They did it. Again, the top line result was lots of strategy, or lots of tactics, no strategy. And so here you have, what the consequences of, tactics without strategy. You do need strategy, and it needs to be aligned with tactics. It's, again, finding the balance between the two. You can't be unbalanced. Lots of strategy, no action, or lots of actions with no strategy. You're going to be in a bad spot in both situations. And according to Sun Tzu, a little worse off if you have a lot of tactics and no strategy. So thinking about these kinds of things are really, really important. So when you begin to move into thinking about resources and implementation like you are now, what this is that really I just wanted to show you that there's literature in that bundle of materials I left for you in this PDF that should be in your Google Drive. Here are recommendations regarding how to do resource planning. Thinking about estimation, your organizational capacity. And there's something here that's really important is that as you imagine the programs you presently offer and may want to offer, what is your institutional capacity and capability to do so? And capacity and capability really focus in on conversations regarding those 4 resource areas. Do we have the people? Do we have the facilities? Do we have the technology? And do we have the money? And to be able to think about what you want to do regarding capacity and capability. And those are conversations that you have and need to have as you're estimating resources and imagining programs and what kinds of resources are necessary and how available they are and helping you determine whether or not that you could be successful. So there are recommendations here with respect to doing resource allocation and resource forecasting and capability analysis, capacity analysis. When you begin to think about unit planning, and this can be helpful in particular when you look at your sections of your grand plan here, because a lot of the things that are listed as strategies or objectives that link to the goals are really unit activities, unit level actions. And so when you begin to think about it, well, who does it? Well, the unit or units responsible to achieve that particular objective. What are the kinds of things in a unit plan? There are goals and objectives and a vision and a mission. What resources? What do you need? What are the kinds of things that'll help you become successful at it? The unit metrics, again, what does success look like? And then how do you move back from your articulation of success to the actual metrics you choose? And is the unit plan that is moving toward one of these goals that you have aligned with horizontally and vertically? Because you notice that there are several of those activities that might be aligned to several of the goals. So it may not just be that one action step is linked to one goal. There are some of those in your plan, but there are other cases where it might be linked to 2 goals or might be linked to 3 goals. And it may actually be cross-linked to another area outside of the particular goal area on the page that you have listed here. And then, of course, begin to think about the resources that are necessary to be able to help you be successful. So one of the other things I want to mention here as you begin to move towards implementation is that what I've included in your packet is an implementation readiness questionnaire. And this is really more diagnostic than it is a go, no-go thing, in terms of making a decision, yeah, we're ready to implement, or no, we're not. Really what this does do is surface gaps you may have, or places where you might need a little more information or a little more outreach. And one of the things you'll notice is that this particular questionnaire is organized around several themes. There are several sections regarding motivation, and as you can see here in this case, it's belief in the plan, trust in the process, social support, So what's the animating feature of being able to move into implementation? How are we motivating folks on campus? What incentives might be necessary? Here, ability really does get into whether or not we have capabilities and capacities. Do we have the skills on campus or in my unit to be able to accomplish this? Is the right information available? Do people know where to find things that are related to implementation? So that's important to recognize as well. And then also process-related things. Decisions are informed by our plan, institutional plan. In the institution, decisions are informed by the strategic plan. My unit has its own plan that's tied to the university plan. So, again, thinking about these process-related things. And then, resources that are available and structures that are either in place or not that could also support your plan. And then any final comments or thoughts. The key to this particular assessment is that you could break it up into units. You could take certain sets of questions. It's not something, if you decide to use it on campus, you have to use all of it. Maybe there are particular pieces that are more important for certain areas on campus that you want to get some feedback. It might be a place of starting for you in your work groups in terms of thinking about how would I answer this, and then talk at the group level about how you responded, because it might be able to help you make some decisions around how we will approach the work that we are stewarding in our particular implementation team. So more than it being sort of again, something to determine that, well, 75% of this is positive, we're ready to go. No, it's more diagnostic in a sense that it gives you sort of an impression of what's going on campus, and can give you some sense of where campus is, where the gaps are in terms of work that you still need to do. And really, it just helps inform you to be aware of what's going on. Now, this here is something that can help guide you. What's the role of various groups on campus in implementation? And as you can see, the first one here is the permanent planning team. In terms of thinking about the team that helped produce the strategic plan, or as many institutions have started to move to a system where they have a permanent institutional planning team that's representative, and they continue. It's a standing committee of the institution. And what roles do they play? Are they a recommending body? Are they a coordinating body? And do they, what role do they have in resource identification and allocation, those kinds of things? The same thing with ad hoc planning teams. Are there, that particular groups are formed to meet a particular goal or meet a particular need, and they have a defined term. This planning team will exist for 3 years, and this is what we're expecting them to produce. And once they produce it, we thank them, we celebrate their work, and it's disbanded. So, thinking about how a good bit of it is the structure of your implementation process. And as you can see here, implementation teams, single person, single people that are responsible, or a single department that's responsible, and current committees. This is an important thing that you've got. This folds in your existing governance process. When you begin to move into implementation, where are the current committees that do some of this work already? Because really what you don't want to do is create a whole nother group of committees that duplicate the work that's already being done on campus. So that, and I see some nods, and I know it's not because you just had lunch and that brownie's working its way, through you. And I realize this is the most difficult time to present, right after lunch. So, in terms of thinking about this, you really need to think about what currently exists that can help us through this process, and leverage existing governance groups or existing committees. And this may be the opportunity to do a committee review, to really audit all of the committees on campus with the various bodies they report to. I did this as part of my institutional effectiveness job, and part of it is because we recognized that we were having problems. Actually came out of an HLC review saying, your governance model is dysfunctional, you need to fix it. That's the message we walked away with. So, first step is nobody can answer the question, well, how many committees do we really have and do they all work? And so, let's let Nick figure that out. So they said, let's send it to the Institutional Effectiveness Office. Let them do the audit of the committees. So, with help with a great graduate student, we got lists of all the committees and their charges and contacted, at least on paper, who were the chairs and asked them, are you still meeting? Yeah, are you still working? And got information back saying, yeah, we meet regularly and this is what we do. And it was right on. And then we got back, no, we haven't met in years and we don't even know what we're supposed to be doing. And so we found out that we were able to find committees that were overlapping in duties, and we were able to either integrate them or eliminate them. And then all of the committees on campus, even the faculty governance body, did a review of its own. We did not go in and do a review of the faculty governance committees. They did it themselves, and they recognized that we have to fix our governance process because it's too sluggish. And even the board looked at their committees and recognized that they had some work to do around their own committees and bylaws. So it was an overhaul, and all of the campus committees that didn't report to the governance reported to one of 5 campus committees, oversight committees. And the process seems to still be working because the website's still up at the university and agenda and minutes are posted from meetings and they're all up to date. So, it seems like that it's stuck. And so it's really important, again, I know it's kind of a long way around to the point, you have to respect your existing committees and find ways to engage them so that you're not duplicating or, depending upon, again, the trust environment you have, that, committees that exist and do the work and they see another committee pop up, that there becomes, some confusion or anger because they're bypassing our process. They don't like what we're doing, so they created another group that does the same thing, that reports to the provost, and we already have this committee over here. And so, again, that really creates a low trust environment. And this is all based, again, on people and trust. So how do you build a trust environment? Use what you have available and recognize what needs to be fixed and what new needs to be created and what really existing needs to be leveraged. So, these are some things to help with implementation. As you begin to look at the material in your area, what can we pilot in these next 2 years? If you begin to think, what pilot programs? Because you know what the nice thing about a pilot is? That you can say, well, we're piloting this. Doesn't mean we're keeping it. We're just giving it a try and see what happens. And if it's successful, all the better. So piloting something is critical. So these kinds of things as a technique or methodology to be able to move things forward is, thinking about how you can do this and pilot some projects to see what the results might be. And then also some other keys to implementation. Again, empower the people that are involved. Give them some autonomy so that they can actually do the work and are accountable for it and responsible for it. But empowering the people on campus, empowering your stakeholders. One of the things that you'll see is that we had this really inclusive process building this plan. We talked to all these people, we got all this input, we had people review drafts of it, and we got all this great feedback. If implementation now is in the hands of a small group of people, where's the commitment by the rest of the campus? And some people might feel betrayed that you had us give our input into the plan, and now you don't give us you don't empower us to actually do parts of it. And so that's something to really think about on how is it that you can empower your stakeholders to be good and active folks in the development and implementation of your plans. Leadership, again, those by functional role, but again, who are your campus leaders as well, especially your opinion makers on campus, your influencers and how these individuals can have an impact on the success or failure of your project. So thinking about the work that you're doing. Now we're getting really close to setting you up to spend some time on your work in front of you. So I just wanted to, again, think about, when you think about, integrated strategic planning, and the planning team and the implementation team, what do you do and who's on the team? The who is pretty much determined. There may still be some committees where may still need some population of slots. But what do you do? What is it that how are you acting? What behavior do you engage in? Convening regularly, being able to smooth out, differences, communicate, have your communication plan for the work that you're doing. How are you, requesting resources and aligning actions? These are the kinds of things that are typically activities that are that people on these task force committees or implementation teams, whatever language you use, typically do. And it's not like everybody does every one of these. It may be that some people are involved with the communication part. Others, begin to identify resources and think about how to strategize on getting those resources to be able to implement your parts of the plan. So again, this is really important to think about. Charters, roles, and responsibilities. Again, these are critical. It outlines what your responsibilities are as a group and as members of that group. Now, I know that there's work that's been done on developing charters for the various teams that you have. And think about how your committees are established at your institution, and use that process. Again, defines the purpose, how you'll execute it, and what are the expected outcomes on what timeline. So these are the things that are really important. And having this articulated, and it doesn't mean that it can't change over time. It's that at least it gives you a place to start. And it knows what your boundaries are and what they're not, so that you can begin to understand the work that you're doing within your group. And it's really great to have this codified. And again, I'll put on my Higher Learning Commission visiting team member hat. I would expect to see that evidence in your evidence file. When I want to look at your Criterion 5 evidence about how you're doing integrated planning, this is one of the things that I expect to see. Is you have these teams, whether it's for your strategic plan or your implementation plan. I'd like to know, well, do you have a charter? Do they know what the responsibilities are? Are your agenda and meeting minutes easily accessible? And that's the kind of evidence that you're going to be building, and the communication effort. All of that becomes part of your evidence that you're doing integrated planning. And again, it's not that HLC isn't expecting you to use a particular way or model. That's up to you. You have total latitude on how you're doing integrated planning. But you have to show evidence that you're actually doing it. And this is some of that evidence that you need to provide. But then think about this. Well, these are the things we should be telling campus anyway. What our role is and what we're doing and how we'll report to you. And all you're really doing is demonstrating good practice. This is a good practice. This is a best practice, in terms of doing this work. How you do it is authentically Northern Michigan. And so it's going to be different than Central Michigan, for instance, or any of the other institutions when it comes to planning. But the important thing is that you demonstrate we have a process in place. These are the things that support our planning process. Here's the evidence that we're moving forward. Here are meeting minutes. Here's a charter. This is what committee does. This is how they've been successful. Here are some of the metrics that they use. And that's all fits into your evidence that you're being successful in integrated planning. Now, this is really just what's in your document. And if you notice, your document has all of this information in it. There is an introduction of planning, references to your foundational documents, once your direction, all those little direction paragraphs for each of those goals. That's really nice because it's more than just throwing out goals with a bunch of stuff to do. You're saying why this is important. So that's really moves, again, to show balance between strategy and implementation. And you're going to get to these success measures. What will your key performance indicators look like? What are our performance metrics? What dashboards might we create? And you may have different sets of dashboards. Remember, they should be attuned to the audience. The board may want a look at certain things, but the campus may want a whole different set of dashboards. So it's important to recognize that you're really not going to have just one set that's going to serve all your audiences. You may have different sets of performance indicators that'll be important for you. And then when you get to action planning, here we go. So here are some things I just want to point out, because the next thing you're going to do is actually look at some of these documents and begin to look at your goal and how you might begin to move towards what your next steps will be. This particular form is you're really brainstorming an action plan. So it could be you take one of those items that's in the table in your strategic plan there, and think about, well, if we chose that action, is this new, or is it continuing or changing something we already do? Who's accountable? Some of that information is available there. Who will be involved? What resources are necessary? Now you're beginning to actually get down to that level of, we'll need this, we won't need this, we already have that. And remember, when you talk about financial resources, for things you're already doing, there are budgets. You already have a budget for it. Now it's a matter of thinking about how well resourced financially anyway a particular action is. So remember that you don't hesitate saying, well, we can't do that because we don't have any money. The reality is the institution has a budget. It's a matter of how it's allocated. And that's really the question. Where are the resources allocated? And do allocation adjustments, are they necessary? This can help you begin to discern that. Where the allocations are, how things are distributed, and where changes might be necessary. And in terms of the timing, how is it dependent on other things happening? What metrics, again, how will we know we're successful? And this can get you in, as you can see, how will you measure the success of this action? So instead of really saying, well, I'm going to use subscale 3 in the NESI scale, not getting down to that level of specificity yet. First off, what does success look like? We found a higher number of students engaged in experiential learning experiences. Okay, now you can start talking about, well, how will we measure that? So if really the goal is, of the particular action step is increase the number of students who do internships and service learning projects, now you can say, well, we can start saying, well, how many internships do we have students engaged in? How many classes have service learning requirements? How much more do we want to see? So now you can actually start getting to the metrics, but what does success look like first? And then thinking about, this is just a way of kind of brainstorming. Choose one of your strategic issues, create a goal. Some of this is already there. Then it begins to move in, what actions will we take? And basically, it's using that form on the previous page to begin to brainstorm what your action plan will look like. And then, just a second, a little more information in terms of how you move ahead. Then I also have some information here that could be helpful. What are we already doing that we're going to continue doing? Who's assigned to that task? What's the financial cost? What's the time that's involved? Are there anything else? Does it fit with the new plan? What the next steps could be? And this is where you can begin to look at your things that you're continuing to do that you'd like to continue doing and begin to account for those activities. The next is plan to discontinue. What initiative have we decided to stop doing? Why are you discontinuing it? What will happen to that initiative? Sometimes it could be move it to another area and it becomes integrated into another objective or another activity. And only part of it is integrated and another part is discontinued completely. But anytime you discontinue anything, you typically have to let the state know, and you have to have a teach-out plan. That might have students enrolled in a program, but you have to have a plan to let them finish. And so those kinds of things become important. How are you going to communicate to the important stakeholders that you're discontinuing that plan? So transparency and communication is really important. One of the things regarding implementing discontinuation plans, as well as implementing the current initiatives in the plan, is that what are departmental and program reviews telling you about what their plans are regarding continuing to invest in existing initiatives, new initiatives on the horizon. And the real power with program review is not only does it outline what you want to continue doing and what you want to do new, but program reviews need to be honest, and they do need to say, this needs to go away. But then the piece is what's your plan to discontinue, and what's your plan to reallocate those resources? Because those reallocated resources are easier to find and obtain than they are to raise them from external sources or asking the state for more money, because that's always a crapshoot, in terms of thinking about what you're going to get from the state. So those things are important with respect to thinking about who the stakeholders are, what's the impact or effect, the reaction, our actions, all of these kinds of things, how we're going to communicate to people regarding discontinuation, and your action plan to do so. So those kinds of things become really important as you move through this. And here's an example simply of, again, another way of thinking about action planning. So you already brainstormed through it, and now you're moving it to even a deeper level of specificity. And as you see here, what's the action? Who's responsible? Here's the timeline. What resources? What are milestones? Do you have some built-in milestones in terms of looking at progress? Maybe this particular initiative needs to be reported on quarterly. So your milestones are quarterly reports, quarterly benchmarks regarding progress. So this gets you into the dates and details of metrics. And then in terms of thinking about an action plan that I had availability, Jason shared. This is the action plan template for rural routes. Now, I understand all of you now have action plan templates that have been pre-populated with information from the plan. So basically, what Jason and I were talking about is, well, how can I take what you're working on, use some of that material I gave you to help you do the brainstorming part, and even further what's in these pre-populated action plan templates. When you begin to think about these kinds of things, here's your members, here are your summary of the primary strategies and the goals are aligned with. So how now to continue to create a more robust plan for action as you continue to move down the road. So those things that I just showed you, I know this is a little tedious, but the fun work is talking about the future and strategizing. This is the hard work that is the work of planning. It's implementing it and helping it be successful. And this is tedious, and it's frustrating at times, but it's the most important part of the having of a plan, is that you actually implement it and you're successful with it. So you begin to work through these things as part of your focus area action plans. And this is nice because you've got a really good start here with respect to timeline, the focus area, the goal alignment, who's responsible for the oversight and by strategy. So this is really, all of these are really good, very well done and align with the materials you have for your institution. What I provided is just more help maybe to help you brainstorm, well, where do we take it from here? Because there's more levels of specificity that you need, especially around, these are high-level metrics. And some of these are just action steps that you can take that are going to be done by a particular office or set of offices. So, they may need some help identifying, well, how are we going to measure that? Some of them may say, well, we measure it this way already. And so some of these things are already being assessed and evaluated. Others might need a little more help. Because one of the things about metrics is that here's how we would like to assess this, and here is how we can assess it. And the gap between how we would like to collect that data and how we can collect that data is often, are we collecting it Do we have the capacity to be able to collect it? Will our operating system, is it there already? Are you a Banner school so is it in Banner? Are you collecting the information in Banner or not? Can you pull out the reports that you need? Those kinds of things. You might find some gaps in your data that, based on what you would like to do in some of these areas, that some of that data may not be collected or it's incomplete in your data warehouse. And then also coming up, do you have a data governance guide, defining what a full-time student is and what an FTE faculty member? That's good, because a lot of places don't. That was the last project that I started before I left my last institution, was convening a data users committee to create a data governance guide. Because if you ask somebody on campus how many FTE students we had, you got 4 different answers depending upon what office you asked. You can't run a business that way. You just can't do higher ed that way. So, it's important to have a single point of truth regarding your data. And, because everything else you do relies on a single point of truth regarding your data set. So, and then getting into metrics. And here's the component out of your action plan here to be able to help you really think about, how do we fill these blanks in? Thinking about what I provided you from SCUP and ways to brainstorm around action planning and metrics, then how are you going to translate some of your brainstorming into what you're going to into what you will action? There are places where some of these things that are labeled strategies are really action steps. And so you're going to need to start teasing those out and say, really, this really is a strategy, or this is an objective, and this is an action. This office will do that, or we will collect this. That's really a tactic that should be linked to a particular goal, that will help you substantiate the progress on that goal. So, you'll also see some guidance on how to deal with metrics. Again, that question, what does success look like? What outcomes would tell us we reached our goal? So this is background material that you could use as you turn to your templates and how those will be filled out and what adjustments you might need to make based on the particular actions you take and the kind of data that will be necessary, the evidence that will be necessary to show what success looks like. And so here's an example of a metrics plan. It gives some instances of, here's our goal, here's the objective, here's the metric, here's how it's measured, this is who's responsible, this is how often we collect that data. I know folks in enrollment management, probably since maybe end of February, beginning of March, you're looking at it, you're looking at it at your funnel every day. How many more students have deposited? How many more students have accepted admission? Running up to point now where you have a sense of how many students you can expect for fall. So all of these various kinds of things can be parts of this. This is a list of some common key performance indicators. Maybe some examples of things that you might say we should be collecting that for our particular task group. So that's something, just a list of resources here to help you. And that's where I'll end. The next steps is how we'll conclude. But now what I have for you now is opportunity for the next 45 minutes until 2 o'clock to talk in your groups and look at what you have in front of you regarding your template and the plan, looking at those objectives and looking at those action steps, and how you might begin to approach the work using some of the materials I provided for you. Some of it might not make any sense, or if you have any questions, that's what I'll be floating around again to answer any questions you might have. But begin to think about what would your strategy be as a group to be able to start getting to that work of moving forward on working out the actual nuts and bolts of implementation. Okay? All right.
I want to make sure everybody knows where their template is.
Okay.
just want to make sure that everybody is able to find the template in your focus area folder. Thumbs up if you found it. Somebody from your group has found it. Okay. So in particular, a lot of the first couple pages are just a replication of what's in the strategic plan itself. So you're really going to be focusing on that table at the end that takes those strategies and breaks those down into tactics. So that's what we'll start working on for a little while here.
Just wanted to give you a time check. You have about 15 minutes. And one of the things I'd also like to mention as I'm walking around and listening to your conversations, some of you are identifying things, well, this isn't in here or this isn't in here. One of the things that it gives you this opportunity to do now is identify those kinds of things. You write down those things that you think need to be, that you might think are missing or might need to be added, and you might find a place for them in the existing structure. So it may not be apparent right now, but there are ways to think about them as action steps within some of the objectives that you have. And so these could be ways of beginning to think about what we might do to be able to create this robust plan going forward. Okay, and so here you have some opportunities again. Some of these things might be really important because they're prerequisites to accomplish other items in your plan. So if you see something and have a question about what are we going to do about X, list X out. That's okay. Are you okay? Because I have your slides
Oh.
here. Yeah.
Actually, I guess I can. Yeah,
Do you prefer the slideshow view?
this is fine.
That's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just skip ahead. Well, you got an old deck. I updated.
Oh, you did?
Amy's done. Now I need my computer again. Sorry. All right, everybody. So we've been kind of floating around and listening to the conversations, and this is actually kind of where I was hoping the conversations would go when we broke out into small groups, because there's a ton of uncomfortability in starting to figure these things out. Right? There's so much overlap in the roles that we play in these different projects, and based on the size of our institution, so many of us are not only living in this work, we're also sort of helping to guide them and monitor progress. And you kind of have to keep in mind which hat you have on when you're working on which pieces of the project, right? So I really applaud the conversation, and I think it's important to recognize that there's going to be this level of uncomfortability for a little while until we get used to thinking about it at these kinds of levels. So a lot of what Nick has been sharing with us through the afternoon really goes into a much deeper level of thinking around the idea of integrated planning, and I think in a lot of ways becomes sort of aspirational to where we would like to be in the next plan and planning system, right? So the version of the template that you're looking at right now in the small groups is a really abbreviated version of a lot of what Nick has been talking about. So don't get too sort of overwhelmed or lost in a lot of the really rich and deep conversations around integrated planning at this point. Just start to recognize those terms and recognize that they're going to fit into a bigger system down the road. And I put this slide back up on the wall just to kind of frame the context, right? So a lot of what we've been going over since lunch really is that the third and the fourth circles up there. And that's where we're growing towards. So we're going to have these conversations about what does this mean? How does this layer up? How do we do this? And we're not always going to have all the clear answers, but we'll have the chairs of the committees, and we'll have a sort of oversight group that brings these conversations back, finds the right resources, and then distributes them back to you all in the working groups. You know, we're going to learn a lot along the way, and maybe we find that the 2 months that the timeline is that we have right now just isn't reasonable, right? I think right now it's a goal, and I think we can get there, but maybe it's going to take more than 2 or 3 weeks to identify the tactics. Maybe this is just a starting point, and we have to say this is a good first step towards a better system, and we'll leave it at that point, right? We're going to figure some of this stuff out as we go along. So I just sort of wanted to bring the group back together, say thank you really for being somebody who's willing to start working towards building this better, stronger culture around strategic planning, but then also just make sure that everybody doesn't feel overwhelmed by it and recognizes that this is a system that we're growing towards. A lot of the templates and tables and spreadsheets that Nick showed, they'll fit into a system that happens throughout the course of a year or across the course of 4 or 5 years. And there'll be systems underneath that help to bring those into your view at the right time. You don't have to keep track of all of those resources. So you're not going it alone in your groups. So certainly this is a great place for us to start to open up broader lines of communication. If you're finding trouble, if you're finding that your group is getting stuck, let's bring this back. Let's have a conversation around that. And the way that we have it aligned right now is by having the co-chairs in each of the groups that then get together and start talking about how do we answer these questions across all of the steering committees. And then you can go out and be champions for this work around campus. So I'll just remind everybody of some of the supports that we can offer out of the IE office as you're starting to get used to this work. One of the things that I haven't had a chance to connect with the co-chairs at this point, but I do have a template for sort of a first meeting that you can take back to your steering committee. So maybe before we break for the day, if you want to start looking at times for a first meeting, and I guess next week would be ideal if you can find a time to get together, use Zoom or in person, whatever works best for you. The agenda is already essentially set, and that'll go through some introductions, discuss the idea of a charter, whether or not you want that in that group, and then start looking at identifying who's going to be working in each of those strategies. So it'll help to get you started, and then we'll just keep kind of working through our communication channels and refining things as we go along. Are there any questions? I'm expecting that there's a little bit of uncertainty and ambiguity with this. Kind of knew that that would happen, and we'll work through it. Nobody has any, are we completely paralyzed the room with? All right, well, I'm sure everybody's saturated at this point. And once again, thank you. Thank you to Nick Santilli from SCUP for coming and helping us through. Very much appreciate that. All right, we'll talk to everybody soon.
So I sent you. I sent you an article that was in PHE, okay, on what